Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're D&D Boyband, a group of dorks that all like to play D&D Pretty Boys, because apparently it's not fantasy unless everybody's hot, with Essek. This is an original D&D campaign set in the critical role world of Exandria, taking place 10 years after the events of CR1. Whilst the Council of Tal'Dorei deal with the aftermath of those events, tensions are growing within the heartlands of Tal'Dorei and deep beneath the ground, although our party do find themselves in Wildmount currently. I'm Dungeon Master Jamie, and joining me tonight are the Spice Boys. First of all, let me introduce Clued as Rasha, Eski as Zug, Luke as Ascor, Lauren as Roman, Aaron as Haydn, and joining us again will be Hannah as Casadius.
Yes.
And yeah, so I'll promise
Got
to
it
say
right, Jamie. Congratulations.
but so quickly before we begin, a few announcements. So I'll throw it to Aaron first.
Hello. Anyone who tuned in last week will know that we finally hit affiliate on Twitch. Yay! Thank you everyone for your help so far. And yeah, basically that means that we can now receive subscriptions, which honestly, we just want them so we can unlock emote slots, so we can have cute emotes of our characters. And any proceeds are gonna go towards paying Jamie's D&D Beyond subscription to help run the stream. So any of your support really helps. If you currently don't subscribe to any other Twitch channels, but you have an Amazon Prime account, you can actually use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription on any Twitch channel you choose. So I have no idea how it works, but there's loads of information online. Maybe you can figure it out if you want to help us out. Our second announcement is that we have a guest today! Hannah, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your cool project?
Hey, it's Hannah again. I was on 2 weeks ago playing Casadius, who ended his session getting mugged by the party, so it's going to be an interesting reunion. Excited to be back. I'm just going to do a quick plug of a project that I mentioned the last time I was on, which is the Bad News Initiative, which is a Critical Role Campaign 1 Vox Machina CMV by Electrospectrum. You can find out everything on our Twitter, which is at Bad News CMV, and we're on TikTok as at Bad News Initiative. You can just follow the project there. We're doing a couple more cast announcements in the coming weeks, which is exciting because we've already done the full Vox Machina cast announcement, so it's extra characters.
Ooh. Exciting. Yeah, we're really looking forward to that. If you guys haven't seen the last video that Hannah was in as Mr. Caleb Widowgast, it was fantastic. I really recommend you go check it out. So go have a little Google for that and you will find it very fast. Yeah. Oh, last thing about subscriptions. As we said last week, while we are playing D&D, unfortunately, we don't want to stop the immersion and the roleplay experience to thank people for subscribing, but we really appreciate your help, so if you do subscribe, stick around at the end, and we will verbally thank anyone who subscribed at the end of the show. But first of all, thank you very much, Ezidesu, for subscribing. Tier 1, Fruits Drops, for also subscribing. Thank you very much, Fruits. And finally, Lauren for gifting a subscription to Jules Youngheart. So really appreciate that, you guys.
Thank you, everyone.
And yeah. Anyway, on with the show. Back to you, Jamie.
Thank you very much. And of course, yes, welcome to Hannah. So, last week, obviously, the party had just attempted to mug their new friend they've met in the Barb Fields, therefore losing out on some potential money. And then they were going to travel back to the mansion of Den Everhtyl so that Roman could go home for the first time in 10 years. However, without Casadius and his disguised self or invisibility, I think an invisibility spell upon Aku, the party were noticed. The party were noticed to be containing humans. Humans are not particularly well liked within Roshana, especially within certain areas, and so they were confronted by an ogre and a gang of hobgoblins, bugbears, and other ogres. After some interesting rolls and attempts to get them to leave, the party were attacked, at which point Zug stepped forward and one-shot the ogre, causing the rest of the gang to flee immediately, leaving the dead ogre in the middle of the street, at which point the guard showed up. After, again, some pretty more atrocious rolling by the party and some attempts to magically manipulate the guards, none of them worked. The party were arrested and taken to the dungeons of penance, where it was emerged that the overseer of the prison, Essek Thelyss, the Shadow Hand, visited them and was a friend, or at least rival, of Romen. So it was very quickly cleared up, paying each of you a visit, interrogating you a little bit, but ultimately aware that what he'd been told by you was probably broadly true. There was one complication, which was that Haydn, being the rogue and not being locked up, had managed to escape his cell. However, the dunamantic magic and effect that meant you didn't quite know where you were going and you were unfocused in the prison managed to hold, and Haydn was unable to find his way out before encountering both Romen and Essek traveling the halls. To guarantee that Haydn would return and give Essek the parcel he needed, and seemingly agreeing with Haydn that it wouldn't be best for Essek to have it at the time, Essek cast a spell on Haydn, which means he seemingly only has a certain amount of time, 30 days, to live, or return to Essek to be cured. The rest of you were released from the prison and returned to Den Everhtyl, where you are now. Kildra and Mira were both out, Roman's parents. However, there is to be a party in the evening to celebrate Roman's triumphant return. The rest of you were in the guest ring, hanging out, chatting about what had happened, what was to happen, and what your plans were. I believe we left off with you guys just basically all arriving back, and Ascor was talking about how he was nervous that Essek knew who he was, and that he might be a political prisoner. So Spice Boys, I'll throw it back to you. You are aware it's about midday-ish. The party will be happening in the evening.
Who is in the bathtub right now? Is anybody in the bathtub?
I think Ascor got out the bathtub.
Yeah.
Okay, so
He was
everyone's
powdering
cold.
himself, I think,
Nobody
at
is
the end of the last
naked right now.
session.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, good.
Does Ascor have clothes on now?
He
Probably not.
has trousers on but no shirt.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
Oh, I don't know.
What a power move. I love it.
Oh my god, where did we leave off?
I have no idea. Why did we leave off, guys?
This last week has been
The last thing I remember is
late.
Asco powdering himself, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, something like
So, as a reminder, you were basically going to discuss the party, what your intentions were, what was going to happen with Haydn's curse, as well as the fact that Essek seemed to be aware of who some of you were.
So, you guys all got out okay? They
that.
just let you out or something? Or what about you? And he looks at Zug. You killed a guy.
What about me? I mean, he attacked me first. Self-defense.
Is that how
Copy.
it works in Roshana?
Well, I mean, I don't really know how it works in Rasha, to be honest. I know how it works in a Mon, which is generally, if you're a guard, you can, well, get away with most things, actually.
But you are not a guard here, so...
Yeah, I did forget that at the time. I probably won't be making that mistake twice.
How do you forget that? That is quite a key thing to forget, Zug.
I mean, you know, if you spent all your life doing something, you just... like, I don't know. You just think you are.
I don't understand why... I could have just brought this man back to life, you know, and they just say, no, don't... It seems a little irresponsible, right?
I agree. I think the Aurora Watch should take responsibility, because had they not intervened the path of a trained medical professional, right, that man would have lived and we wouldn't have had this problem in the first place. So actually, they should be taken to trial for their crimes against medicine.
Roman was sitting with his arms crossed, just kind of like listening to you guys idly talking, and the second Haydn says that, his head snaps, and he looks him dead in the eye, and he's like, yes, well, perhaps the law of the Aurora Watch is applied unequally. Maybe we should revisit some things. Some people who perhaps should remain locked up.
I was wrongfully imprisoned. I was not involved in that.
Say what you will, your mouth is full of lies. I don't believe any of it. And with that, I will take my leave.
Wait,
Should
Roman.
you require any appropriate garments for this evening, give Belfrin your measurements and requirements, and I'm sure he'll be able to sort something appropriate out for you.
Wait, you
Are
have
you-
like an in-house tailor? God, you guys
Yes,
really
Rasha.
really are rich.
Wait, did you just call me Rasha? Never mind. What is a party? Like, what do we do?
God.
Do we need to prepare things? How do we party?
Am I mistaken, or were you not the one who organized this party?
Well, I was following Ascor with the whole party thing, but practically, what does it mean to party?
Then I think your questions are best directed at Ascor.
Is it different here to, I don't know, Ascor's parties? Or Ascor, how do you party?
Well, firstly, we bathe, and he sort of looks accusingly around the room. And secondly, we shave, and he pulls out a barber's knife at that point and actually begins to sort of... And you can actually notice, yeah, he's been on the road a while. He's got a bit of stubble going on beard. But he's, going fresh his face once more.
What are you talking about? That's not how you party. That's how you get ready for a party.
Exactly. And you don't party unless you're ready for a party.
But, I mean, so you are doing this to look nice. The point is to look nice, is that
I mean, yeah, generally you want to look, your best.
my best?
You want other people to look nice. You want to look exceptional.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Has Roman left yet? Is Roman still here?
Roman?
He would be moving to leave during Ascor talking.
Wait, so Roman, who's gonna come to this party? Like, what kind of people show up to Den Everhtyl events?
Once again, I'm not sure why you're asking me. You are aware I've just returned after a decade of being trapped in a different realm.
But you guys live for like hundreds of years, so 10 years is kind of like a blink of an eye, really. So like the events that you throw now are probably not that different from what you did, 15, 20, 30 years ago, right? Just different fashions. Less bell-bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Everyone looking at Everhtyl.
I have no further comments. I bid you all good day.
We need to know how to prepare for tonight.
Quickly, how does Roman seem? Like, does he seem nervous? Is obviously he's meeting his parents soon. What kind of vibes are we getting?
Probably irritated and anxious, but trying to hold that facade of properness, I guess.
Okay.
Not very well.
Yeah, I should watch them leave quietly.
Ascor.
Well, he's something of an academic. I don't think you're going to find much about sophistication from him.
I think he's very sophisticated, actually. His back is really straight, and he I don't know, he just seems really sensible when he talks a lot. Unless he is very angry, but I cannot really blame him. Sort of been through a lot,
Well, I'm yet to be impressed.
Me neither.
Huh.
Although I don't know how one is fancy.
So we have to look nice. Exceptional. Okay.
Ascor, I didn't want to ask the Roman because I don't think he likes me, but what would be an appropriate attire? I'm guessing not armor. You must know these
Well,
things.
for someone from your background, I'm not too sure. I wouldn't go for traditional dress.
I was raised in mostly human society. I don't even know what traditional dress looks like.
Maybe that's for the best. But if there is a tailor, as Roman suggested there might be, I would talk to them.
I must prepare, but if you want, I don't know, some sparkly things, I can probably make it for you, but not so much because I have to focus on making myself look really good. So, actually, this is going to take some time. Goodbye. And he just like looks very pensive, picks up his sack and like starts fishing around for diamonds, takes them in his hand, looks at them, goes and kind of walks out the room.
Well, wait, we need those
crafting
for
mode.
if someone dies. We can't use those on an outfit.
It is fine.
Oh
Can't
god,
just- says as he leaves.
he's gone. Ascor, what do you wear at a party? At a fancy people party? I've only ever gone and gotten drunk in a pub. That's the closest I get.
Well, it depends on the function. There are many sorts of parties and very many occasions to have around. It's been a while. We've been on the road a long time. I'm ready to party.
So, like, bow ties and stuff?
Or a bow tie
Well-
looks stupid.
If you're not from High Strata, you can choose to wear a bow tie.
It's high strata.
Fancy people.
I think
Oh.
if you have to ask what High Strata is, you should know you're not High Strata.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, I guess I should call Belfrin then and get some clothing sorted out. I'll go to my room and sort that then. Bye guys. And Haydn kind of shuffles out the room as well.
Why can't we just call Belfrin to come here? Or why do we have to go anywhere else?
Hayden's already gone.
It's a very good point, Saga. I don't know why anyone would go to a servant. The servants must come to you. They must serve.
You may or may not remember you all have bells.
Faintly, you guys can hear the bell going in the
Okay.
other room.
Ding, ding, ding.
Hayden wants a fight.
So, I would
But
assume.
it's a common misconception you should ring the bell yourself. Of course, you have a servant to ring the bell on your behalf.
So, I'm going to assume that all of you, if you want to, unless you want to do anything other than summon Balforon and have your measurements taken or design your own garments, you are all doing that for most of the afternoon. Roman, after you leave the tower, is there anywhere you would like to go?
Well, I guess he's probably gonna slowly wander around the estate and sort of staring longingly into middle distance, sort of like reliving memories and whoever he might come across.
So when you go to your study, you kind of open it up and kind of smell that musty smell of books and ink and quills. You do notice that there's, like, someone who's fastidious as you notices that a couple of books have been moved. There are drops of blood on the floor, and a couple of books are missing.
How fresh does the blood look?
Not super fresh.
Okay. Well,
Definitely
it's been
dry, definitely a couple of weeks.
a couple of weeks. Would he know the
Yeah.
difference between a couple of weeks and a couple of years?
Yeah, a couple of years would be indistinguishable. A couple of years
Right.
is probably just dried, but not
That's
like
true.
sunk into the carpet and barely recognizable.
Given that he's like, I guess, probably kind of an orderly guy, does he recognize the genre of books that I'm missing?
It was predominantly books to do with kind of the examinations of the Far Realms, a lot of your notes and into Kyphon, as well as your dream diary.
Dream diary. Motherfuckers. Okay, yeah, he's like, okay. Just sort of park that in the Mind Palace for later. It's been quite a few years, so it could have, in theory, happened at any time.
Walking around, you don't really. A couple of servants you vaguely remember, but a few of them seem entirely different, and you don't know if they were maybe hired since or whatever. And obviously, you occasionally see Balforon hovering to and fro with various tape measures and materials coming around. And I'll say, as you're kind of strolling around the outsides, kind of the garden, looking out over Shana, the green light obviously reflecting in the perpetual darkness, causing like long shadows, is when you turn around and you would see for the first time walking through the gates that are quite like large, impressive, not overweight but certainly stocky form of Kildra, and then the much kind of skinnier, wirier, long hair of Mira kind of walking through. And I'd say as you notice them and they notice you, you just hear, "Oh, Roman!" And so, like Mira just starts running at you, like arms open. Comes over and we're probably gonna run and give you a massive hug.
Yeah.
Gotta love Jamie's strong female characters.
We shall see.
Yeah, I just hugs his mum. He hasn't seen her in 10 years. He's seen quite a few horrible things.
Yeah, and she like visit and pat you down. I was when your brother came home and you weren't here. I worried, and then they tried to contact you. And is your friend okay? The stone one.
Yes, they're all fine. They've all returned. Well.
And how are you? How have you been? Where have you been?
I fear you might want to take a seat.
Well, at this point, Kildra has walked over, kind of put his hand on your shoulder, said, "Welcome home," and like upon hearing that, he kind of, "Everything all right?" And kind of you probably lead you over to like a tree that's got like a couple of branches strapped out that you can sit on.
I wish I could return under better circumstances. Any other circumstances, in fact. I fear that things are a great deal worse now than they were when I left. And my return is something of an ill omen to you all.
What do you mean?
You mentioned Elenia returning a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, sorry, did I call him Ghost? That was my bad.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
Sorry.
I suppose there's no other way to say this. That person that you saw, that was not Elenia.
They both look confused at each other and look back at you.
The day that I left, that we both left, I suppose, was not... I did not leave willingly. I left to attempt to bring Elenia back from the trouble he had fallen into, and I failed. And as a result, I suppose to put it simply, Elenia had been consumed by a force from another plane, and his motivations and what possessed him to move around were bad things, evil things even. And in coming back here, he only returned to finish what he started, or it only returned to finish what it started. If there was anything left of Elenia at the time of his return, it is gone now. And I fear and he starts like choking up at this point, and he's sort of like, as though like everything that has happened to him since he like got dropped out of that pool and all the stuff that he had sort of been through in the last 10 years, and you know, him failing to bring his little brother back from the brink of something horrible is sort of like finally kicking in. He just starts crying, and he's gone, and he's not coming back.
He's dead. Elenia's gone.
Yes, to put it simply.
I don't understand. He was himself when he was here. He was...
Whatever reserves of his personality were left in that body may have been real, may have still been there trying to reach out, but now what happened out there in the bark fields, it's over. It's gone.
Where is his body? Where is
Still
he?
out there. His body is still out there.
Just lying on the ground.
I wish that were so. His body at least has become something more, it seems. I'm not quite sure of the intricate details of it, but it is being possessed, and the force that manifests inside it is incredibly malevolent and actively wishes to harm everyone, everything.
Is that just like he like both of them just, as you can probably imagine, faces like not quite sure, combination of wanting to cry and scream. Kildra's like, there's no way he's just gone, walking around, nothing.
It's my hypothesis. Without
It was all
any-
lies. What was he doing for 10 years? What were you doing for 10 years?
I was in a different plane. In a different place altogether. Unable to return, trapped. And when he returned, his attempt to reconnect with that place, to draw the evil out from within that he attempted 10 years ago, he unintentionally allowed me to escape. And I suppose these last 10 years, as I've been made aware, time and time again, it has been a decade. A little difficult to get my head around, but it is what it is. He's been preparing for that moment.
Alex stunned. Did it feel like 10 years? What? How are you here? Are you just like lots of things going there? Just like 9 years gone, and you were tortured.
At this point, like, Roman's probably wearing a coat or something like
Yeah.
that. He sort of takes his coat off and like shows his parents like his arms and like all the scars and the tattoos and like.
Does that give you? What are those? Is that the effect? Are you okay? Will you be okay?
That is a very good question, but one I do not have the answer to.
Well, who do we need to summon? Who do you need to talk to?
It just is. Puts his coat back on.
If what you said is true about Lenya, how do we know it's not going to happen to you? I will not let it happen to you. What do we do?
It won't happen to me. I certainly won't allow that. And whatever Elenia was, I suppose it's not fair to say it was Elenia, although his busybodiness and just... I mean, I suppose he started this all off, but he's certainly not the one finishing it. I think the folks he was traveling with referred to him as Ghost. That would be a more fair description. Whatever.
Ghost inhabiting his body.
whatever it was that it started, it has not been able to finish it. So I believe with some research and some preparing and planning, perhaps there is a way to undo it. I do not want to give anybody, or you or Hebeth or myself, any false hope. I do not think that there is any returning Alenia to us, but we can perhaps stop what might come.
Must be something. He's alive. That's what you said. He's moving around.
It's not the same. I can't believe that there's anything left of him in there. It would be worse.
Worse to think about him trapped there with something eating away at him.
Well, if there was, then he would deserve it.
Taken aback. It wasn't him. I'm just sort of like hand on both your shoulders. We have a party to cancel, do we not?
You can keep your stupid parties if you want them. I cannot.
It's not about Roman. We believed we'd be welcoming both of our sons home.
Well, then, perhaps we should change it to a funeral. Everybody can drink to the memory of Elenia. His overconfidence, fucking it up for us all, once again.
There's like a flash across his face. I think it's going to take a lot of time. We're going to need some time for you, alone with you, to think about what's happened, for you to tell us everything you know, and then a funeral. That should be needed. I'm sorry you didn't feel you could come to us.
No, I'm sorry. It's been a little difficult readjusting, and it is not as though I could not come to you. I was not able to.
He stopped you, or you were too far away.
Something like that.
Well, I suppose all we can do is say you're home now and text and look after you, and then see if there's anyone who knows anything. What is the name of this entity who knows, could help or do anything? You know I have connections, power here. I do anything for you, for whatever remains of Elenia.
I fear speaking the name aloud like that can almost... Names have power, and I wouldn't want to draw any unwanted attention, but I do feel confident in being back here. We are in the prime position to prepare something of a plan to put him back. Stop this all. I saw the Shadow Hand earlier today, so... Smug bastard.
Yoda's face goes dark. Yes, well, I suppose the less that he is involved in any of our affairs, the better.
As it stands, I could not lie, saying that I did not feel that what is out there was not a threat to the city. So I did inform him. I think it would be foolish to withhold that kind of important information in terms of the defense of the city.
I suppose we will discover. I will talk to him, his father, about what this means then.
Yes, I believe even at these early stages, it is worth informing the Bright Queen.
Sure, Her Majesty is already fully aware if the Shadowhand knows, but you are right. Our den must accept its failings here. And
There is no failing of
lot-
this den. The only thing that really has failed here is this state to provide adequate boundaries for Lenya to operate within, allowing him full access to everything at such a young age to explore what he would, to even be funded for it. I do understand hindsight is 2020, but it seems absurd that he was allowed to operate how he was.
Both you and Alenia were given every opportunity because you were both bright, talented, driven, and my sons. If that's something that has failed him, then it is our failings, not the memory of who he once was.
I don't think it's very helpful to just sit around and stew in our own miseries as much as it would
It's
please
the
me.
fact that 10 years, wherever you were, you've had a lot of time to process this. But we, and at this point, puts us, again, like sits down next to Mira. We haven't had that time, and we will need it. Mira says, we're glad you're home. Maybe it's best. I don't know what your plans were. Maybe it's best for a while you don't go anywhere.
I have made no decisions.
Please don't leave. I think for a while you don't know if I'd be your presence will make it all okay. I missed you, Roman. We love you, Roman. We're glad you're home. No matter what tidings you bring, and if there is any small chance, let us know what resources you need, who you need, or what you need.
He doesn't say anything else. He just puts his hand on his mother's hand and squeezes it.
Is it back? Okay. So I would say that presumably for some time you might sit there and discuss things. And it is communicated to the party, perhaps, that the tone of the evening may be ever so slightly different than before. It will be a celebration and memory of what was once Alenia was, rather than a welcome home to Roman. With that perhaps in mind, if you want to change outfits or whatever, go for it. I will say Balforan is surprisingly quick at making these along with the team. Roman, what do you do after you've eventually finished talking to your parents?
Oh, just as he's about to leave, he turns around and he's like, I noticed a few of my old notebooks and things are missing from my study.
Mira kind of frowns.
Did
Nothing should be-
Elenia return and take anything? Or?
No, the only ones who've been in there other than me and occasional staff members to clean were your friends
I don't have any friends.
Oh,
He doesn't say that.
you sorry, Elenia's companions, Rasha and the human Ascor. That's when they attempted to contact you using a couple of your things, and Rasha began to
I see.
bleed through the nose.
Clever bunch. Okay. He just nods and leaves. With that knowledge.
Okay, and what do you do? Do you go to your quarters, get ready, or are you not joining?
Yeah, go and have a bath and get ready.
Okay, cool. The rest of you get ready, prepare. I will do a brief description. So those of you who are kind of watching and stuff, there's obviously guards outside your quarters, but if any of you go down to chat, they're not there to stop you, just there to monitor who's coming in and out. As for the ballroom, where the event will be had,
I'm
But-
so excited. We're going to a ballroom.
I love a ballroom.
I love a good ballroom.
for the
Does the ballroom have a battle map, dear?
it does.
Does it have a ball
Roll
initiative
against
to dance?
Oh
Why,
my
why is
God.
there a battle map for a ballroom?
So it's got it's there's there are 3 exits and entrances. One is kind of the grand front entrance that you will be walking through shortly. There are kind of red cushioned chairs, kind of set them on side in sets of 2 where people can sit and converse. There's a large open space in the center with kind of a chessboard piece kind of pattern along it. Kind of red carpets laid along the side, as well as towards the front. There are 2 kind of staircases leading up the side, again with kind of red carpet and gold trimming along the side that lead to kind of a central stage area, which may or may not be used for kind of presentations, features to sit the high table, or if there are any events happening there. As the party walks towards the hall, you'll notice many carriages drawn up occasionally, people being brought in. Balthron and the staff are all kind of working overtime, although they do a pretty good job of staying out of sight mostly, other than the ones greeting and meeting. And you'll see very well dressed drow, the occasional other race kind of trimming in as well, all wearing lots of finery. And those of you who are particularly perceptive, so I'd say over a 17, is that only Rasha?
21, boy.
21. As you walk into the main room, you spot a familiar pair of horns and red little tail. And Hannah, would you like to describe what Casadius would wear to such an event?
Okay, I didn't get a chance to draw it, so I'm going entirely off Pinterest board pins. So you look over and you see Cass has not even remotely attempted to tame his mess of curly mop between his horns. He's kind of looks as though he's actually curled the strands just a bit more, so they're just kind of falling in his face in a slightly more controlled manner. He seems to have put a bit more bling on his ears. There's a lot more gold going on, like cuffs and stuff along his nice pointy long ears. He has also added a septum piercing for a little bit of bling for the evening. And his outfit is it's all dark blue velvets and like dark blue silks, like a really, really dark blue shirt that goes to about his knees, so it pinches in at the waist. It's open to about 2 inches above his belly button. It's just an expansive, nice bright red chest. And then over that, he has a embroidered gold and like midnight blue kimono style jacket that again goes down to like just below knee, with some thigh-high boots and high-waisted trousers. And he's just got like really nice embroidered sleeves that have like nice little patterns on. He's got nice bling on his fingers. Everything's just golds and blues. grinning. Every time a server goes past, you just see his hand like shoot out, takes hors d'oeuvres, has a glass of wine in the other hand, seems to be sort of just scanning the room, mincing as you do.
The thigh highs make their first appearance.
Oh yes.
Good.
We love a good thigh high group.
So,
First
for the,
highs of the night.
so I'm aware that some people have drawn what their characters may or may not be wearing to the event, or not if I'm incorrect. We'll have if you guys would like to go one by one, we'll go based roughly on the stream. So sorry, just getting this out the way. Why is it in the way? Sorry,
Clued,
have people done?
the two people who have drawn their outfits, I have the artwork ready to show on stream, so I will bring it up.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, then
yes, I do.
I will hand control over to Erin and Haydn, and if you would like to go first, and then Rasha, and then
Oh
we'll
no,
deal with.
I haven't drawn Haydn.
Oh, sorry.
Must
sorry,
someone else
my
go
bad.
first?
Okay, in which case, for the injured party member, Clued and Rasha, if you could go first.
Buckle in, boys. I've also written a mini essay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right, so Rasha, you are probably used to seeing him walk around in his hefty golden plate, and it's a surprise to you all how he appears. It's rare to see any of really the curves of his body beneath the plate, but here he looks almost serene, angelic-like as he glitters his way down the stairs into the ballroom. He is adorned in heavy golden jewelry, which draws up his neck and comes to sit neatly upon his shoulders like a fitted golden mantle, and it kind of accentuates the broad bulk of his blacksmith stature.
Ooh.
But what it is exquisite. It is quite clearly a masterwork. Gold weaving with gold in unfathomable patterns coming into twists and spirals, so perfectly formed it's almost hypnotic. And throughout this filigree is interweaved diamonds set into the intricate lattice like nestled precious, extremely expensive eggs. Some of the diamonds are large, some are small, but every single inch of this jewelry is perfection. It's rich in dangling pearls and tiny sparkling crystals, and this jewelry coats his forearms, coming down into large gem-set rings on his fingers, which sport pretty much the sole bright colour in the design. And upon his head is a halo-like crown, the spokes of which are vaguely reminiscent of the summoned celestial that he called upon in the barbed fields, with spine-like wings fanging out from the central ring of the headpiece. His hair, which is typically in a tight, practical bun, seems to have grown throughout his adventure, and he now sports a loose plait that falls over one shoulder and wisps of white and gold-streaked hair, which is inset with golden chains that fan up towards the halo. The rest of it is a kind of loose, billowing shirt in pale golden silk, which comes into a tight golden belt, almost corset-like, the same kind of lattice jewelry that he has on his upper half. The folds of the shirt are faintly inlaid with looks to be golden thread and Kryn-style geometric patterns. It comes to a plunging V, through which you see the tight knit of one blacksmith's very hefty abdominal muscles.
Oh my.
He looks great, guys. The art doesn't do it justice, so I thought I had to explain it.
The art does it justice, but
Beautiful. But also, I'd like to thank you
Poetry.
I'd like you to thank you for joining the open shirt, like deep showing of some chest going on.
Well, I thought he's always wearing plates, so, you know, he's going to show off a little bit. He was told to look exceptional, and he has gone and done it.
That was incredible.
And it's totally inappropriate for a funeral, and he totally doesn't get that.
Who's the other one who drew it? Is Roman drawing it?
Lauren.
Sorry, you said you had two, right?
Yep. Would you like to go next?
I didn't draw anything.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said you were drawing. That's not the same thing.
Dude, as if I had time to draw this week. Your artwork is gonna go up on the stream now.
Okay, so it is. Can I just say that it is deeply upsetting that you've made me follow Clued and Rasha, and I will never forgive you.
Someone has to.
But I will take the
Rasha's
hit
goal
for everyone
was to
else.
upstage everyone, so
Yeah, I mean, I'll take this hit for everyone else because everyone else is gonna come out looking good. And apologies for everyone seeing my very private sketch.
Sorry.
So Roman, as you guys have probably seen him previously, was a bit of a, looked like a bit of a tramp, to be honest, because until Rasha cleaned him up. But the outfit that he comes out in is, exquisitely tailored. It's asymmetrical with the dynasty style, kind of like Art Deco style geometric patterns on different pieces with the lining. He has like a jacket that is also a cape at the same time, and I would not have chosen this for myself, but I've been told that Roman is never allowed to cover his arms, so there it is. It's like a cape with like long sleeves that go almost to the floor and are cut in kind of like asymmetrical V styles, and the sleeves have just like slits in them, so his like muscular arms are coming out, and his arms have these sort of like almost like living looking tattoos and scars of tentacles and teeth and eyes that's like upsetting to look at, but also kind of like mesmerizing at the same time. He has a big leather belt at his waist with his sword, which he was previously carrying on his back, down at his hip in a sort of ceremonial kind of sheath. And he has like knee-high boots, which are not quite Yeezys, but I tried to evoke the the energy of Ghost Yeezys in these boots while trying to make this sort of like, he's like what you would imagine a very like designer cross between military and wizardry. He's like not quite either. He's both, but not quite either. And he's sort of like got his head tilted down and is walking a little bit uncomfortably, kind of like the high collar at his neck. He's kind of like stretching out a bit. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Roman and Lauren. In which case, if Ascor.
Okay. There's no art, is there? Just the words.
I didn't have time to draw anyone's costumes. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
No
How dare you? How dare you, Aaron? No, your 5 characters.
So Ascor. Well, Ascor. I'm just gonna say there's a staircase. It's canon. There's a staircase in the room, and Ascor stops at the top. And as everyone, a few people look around. Obviously, not that many people are looking. So eventually, he sees kind of uncomfortable with the sort of lack of interest. He turns to the side and sort of barks a little whisper. And a little musician runs out with a bugle and plays a little fanfare, like 20th Century Fox style.
So inappropriate.
Exactly.
I said I was inappropriate for a funeral.
And as soon as the music
Or
starts
a man
playing,
has died.
Ascor puts his, his sort of proud face on and begins to descend slowly, step by step. And now the way Ascor is dressed is, I suppose in silhouette, it's not super different from what he normally wears. So instead of the big sort of Jacobean ruff that goes around in a circle, he's got more of just a kind of singular sort of, like a kind of bib sort of thing, the sort of crinkly things, which blooms out at the front. And instead of that sort of cape, that sort of, instead of his sort of jacket and cape style, he's got I think it's technically called a cape, but it's made of completely, it's white fur, in fact. And in fact, everything he's wearing basically is white. He's dressed practically all in white. And this sort of cape comes down to, just about where the elbows are, perhaps. So around the front and around the back, and it's just made of fur. And in that fur, there are sort of the occasional little, very soft pink sort of diamonds studded in there. And around the front, he has, it's almost like those things that mayors wear, that bit of jewelry, kind of one of those, with a pendant that hangs down from below with a sort of like imperial cross at the bottom hanging down there. And there's a little bit of gold trim along what is beneath it a sort of dark navy jacket that has got kind of like golden embroidery, very floral, very regal. And he has, very long flowing sleeves as well. Again, all of this is largely cream, with some of it's a little bit more towards white. Pantaloons, the guy loves a pantaloon. They're cream with very soft gold sort of stitching in them. so they almost glitter ever so slightly. But then down to the calves once more, it's those classic Ascor von Galvadane white tights down to what are... I've not really thought about the shoes. Let's say they're also white with a little bit of gold threading in them as well, and they're of course heeled as well to give them a little bit more of an oomph. And he wears a kind of Renaissance kind of hat, but it's the ones that are sort of almost vertical. They're a bit like a cylinder rather than like the sort of floppy bag ones. It's a bit of a cylinder there, and it's got a couple of sort of buttons or golden badges, and that's also white and with 2 gold badges in it as well. And he holds a scepter as well, and he slowly descends step by step in these heeled boots, a sort of not a smile but an imperious kind of projection as he descends. And he swans over to Rasha and says, "Very interesting piece."
Yes, your hat is quite strange. Where did you find it?
I wouldn't expect you to recognize the style. It's a little mix of something local and something traditional.
Rasha, being not particularly hard to read, narrows his eyes as though one would regard, I don't know, maybe a bit of dog poo stuck to the bottom of one shoe. As he stares up at this cylindrical hat with this, it kind of reads a little like, "Do you have a bucket on your head?" sort of vibe.
And it's not too dissimilar from a bucket. I will share a link. If I was to share an image link, where would be the best place to share it?
Discord.
Artwork Discord.
Actually, I have to show you guys one of the reference images that Luke sent me. It's for what Ascor was wearing. If that didn't come across clearly through his description.
There you go.
That expression is kind of just, I don't know, quintessential Ascor.
He got a powdered wig on. Has he got a powdered wig on? Coward, have a powdered wig on.
He doesn't have a powdered wig on, but he actually has a lot of he's got like very light makeup on as well, and his cheeks are clearly a little rosed.
He's on a little beauty mark as well.
So
exactly.
Have you done it Reaver from Fable style, where it's actually a little heart?
Oh my god, that with a giant hat. Oh no.
I'm so curious as to what the hat looks like as well, so please share your references in Discord.
Have the link. Okay.
So,
Moving on.
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I mentioned one last thing. In fact, he's wearing a ring, which almost overshadows his signet ring, and it's just
He doesn't have a signet ring.
Red ruby. It's just a big red ruby.
As a reminder, Ascor does not have his signet ring currently.
Oh, what happened to it again?
It was taken by Kari.
So
and it's currently on the way to him on.
Yeah.
So a huge, gaudy, massive red ruby will have to do.
Yep. So, Haydn, Erin.
So, Haydn, before the party started, would have actually ran to Rasha's room in a panic to be like, "They forgotten part of my clothes. I don't know what to do." And then seen Rasha dressed with the super low V and been like, "Is this normal here? I don't know what to. Never mind." And he would run and leave Rasha's room even before Rasha could say anything. Anyway, a time later, downstairs with the rest of the squad, Haydn is looking so freaking awkward. He is he just seems so out of his element. You were used to seeing him being pretty fully clothed, having pretty much just maybe a bit of his elbow and wrist kind of on show, but for the most part he's got everything going on. He made the big mistake of telling Belfrin, "Just do whatever's in fashion these days, I just want to blend in," and got what he asked for. So apparently what's in fashion right now with the Kryn dynasty, geometric patterns are always there. Maybe Belfrin was pulling a bit of prank on Haydn, potentially not liking him very much. But he seems to be wearing some sort of kind of like leather bolero wrap thing that has got long sleeves, thankfully.
No,
which
not
Haydn-
The thing is the thing.
is this?
And it kind of like stops like his normal little half coat that he wears, but then there's just like no chest. And he's like I think they forgot the shirt. So, but then they gave him like all of these like weird necklace things, so he's like worn them. So he's got this like high neck going on, which kind of like attaches to like a little bit of fabric, but then like it just fills in, and he's just like looking skinny and awkward. The back of it kind of drapes down, and it actually is longer at the back than it is on the front, which he did kind of consider. Maybe I'm wearing it backwards at first, but the back has these kind of like cuts in it that almost kind of look a little bit like origami, the way that they've been kind of folded and pieced together. But when you kind of look at it from further away, it's almost like a skeleton spine, just down the center of his back, with the origami pieces sticking out, kind of forming like almost like the spine triangles, and then the gaps in the fabric just going straight through the skin. Luckily, they were kind enough to provide him full-length trousers and normal shoes, so he's just feeling a little bit cold around the waist, but he is looking real frickin' embarrassed, and he's like, I can't wait for this party to end. But yeah, I'll draw it later.
Awesome, thank you very much. Alright, and Haydn. Zug, Esky.
So, I feel like the kid in the class that like forgot to do his homework. Like the amount of thought that everyone's put into this, like straight out, Zug got made an outfit that's just. I mean, it's pretty much a standard like, probably blue/purplish doublet with like, you know, relevant pattern on the top of it, trousers. He doesn't look particularly outstanding. He doesn't look exactly. He doesn't look anywhere near as extra as you guys, obviously. He looks appropriate, but he could easily be mistaken for waitstaff, probably. Which, ironically, is exactly what happens when someone walks up to him and asks him what's being served next, and he just kind of looks at them a bit confused. Oh, well, I don't know. Why'd you ask me? I didn't go ask one of the waiters. And then they kind of like slink away a little bit, kind of, oh, sorry. Upon realizing that also he's speaking common, which obviously, you know, none of them are, so...
Yes.
So he's kind of awkwardly standing there. But I imagine most people think he's some sort of a, in his little blue... He basically looks about as comfortable as Geralt does whenever he has to wear any sort of thing that isn't armor. It's the same kind of concept. It's just a blue doublet, pretty standard. Nice trousers. They all fit. They all got nicely, you know, tailored and made. They all fit very nicely, but he didn't want to wear anything particularly extravagant. And anytime he got handed any sort of necklace or ring, he just had them away. He doesn't like any sort of extra stuff like jewelry or whatnot.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So as you all emerge into the ballroom, obviously seeing Rasha sees Cas off in the distance, kind of chatting away. There is a decent number of people here kind of milling around chatting, and as you kind of walk in, Balforon is the kind of thing, and he ticks off a few names. So Roman is probably here as well already, kind of chatting at the back. Kildra and Mira are not here. But as you walk in, under Kildra, you're here. Only probably busy, won't be coming. No reply from them. I would have thought they'd attend. Kind of looking down at the name. And as you kind of look at, there's sort of a hush and a silence as they all turn to look at the group that has just entered. That is very clearly very out of place. The clothes worn are nice. Definitely. They're a lot more reserved than what you perhaps were led to believe. A lot of kind of, even some women are wearing veils, and men all seem to be wearing a lot of black. And definitely the vibe check upon kind of a general bigger tone, it's not one of drinking and celebration and dancing. There are waiters and waitresses walking around with food and drinks. But it's definitely not a party vibe you will walk into.
As all the rest of the guys walk in and Ascor with his little trumpet, I guess everyone's sort of coming in as well. Serving staff maybe walk past with like a decanter of some kind of like fruit wine or whatever. As they walk past, Roman just says in Undercommon, so I guess any of the guests will be able to hear him, and any of the party who speak Undercommon just says, "I'm going to need this," and he picks up the decanter and just starts drinking straight from the decanter, probably to the horror of some of the guests.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just to come to turn around. And everybody will come.
As the platter goes on past, I think Ascor's going to also swipe a little flute of whatever.
Haydn as well is like already 3 drinks deep.
Can I just ask, while these guys have come in and everyone like is distracted by how ridiculous everyone looks, can Cass just fleece a few pockets?
No, I was absolutely going to say Cass sleight of hand check.
Yeah, can I do a sleight of hand check?
Yeah.
Any pockets nearby? Any silverware that's unattended? Just...
Absolutely.
It's a 26.
26. Okay, so with a passive perception, because none of you are actively looking to see Kaz did anything, you don't see shit. In fact, nobody sees anything. Kaz, you are just like taking pocket watches. You are grabbing loads of silverware. If somebody like pushed you over, you probably roll a little bit.
The kimono sleeves are starting to like jingle a bit because he's wearing jewelry. You're like, oh, is that the jewelry? It's probably the jewelry. And
I'd say like, with the 26, you're like shaking people's hands and they're missing rings now.
Big sharky grin just throws them off and they're a bit lost in his deep turquoise eyes.
No, absolutely. Rasha, you will notice with your perception, as well as the rest of you will, there are kind of groups forming as there always do at events, kind of chatting away, and Kaz is kind of... You won't notice Kaz did anything, but kind of mincing between the groups, and very much seems to at least know somebody in every group somehow. But you'll notice there are a group of kind of 4 or 5 who are kind of chatting amongst themselves in kind of hushed tones. 2 of them are Drow. 3 of them have the similar skin tone, if maybe slightly darker than you, and a similar texture to it. 2 of them are bald, and 1 of them has very similar coloured hair. They look
group of 5 Drow, yeah?
No, group of 5 Drow. 3 of them look like you.
5 Drow.
Rasha probably quietly turns to Roman or whoever's really nearest in the party and kind of mutters, look, there are people here. I guess they don't have a cure here either. It is sad.
Are they relatives of yours?
What would we be related? We just have the same problem.
Hereditary?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm from a really long way, so I don't think they have passed down their, disease to me.
Maybe they might know more about your disease. You could try asking them.
They look older than you.
So I should just go up to them and say, hello, you have the same disease as me. What do you do?
Yeah, they might have like a good skincare routine or something. They can hit you up with some good products to try.
You could ask them what allowed them to live for so long with such a debilitating and, difficult disease.
Are they really old? How old are these people? How old do they look, Jamie?
One of them looks quite a bit older than the others. Probably, if you were assuming they're Drow, probably several hundred years old. They look middle to late middle age, and the other 2 look relatively younger.
Okay. Rasha probably stares at them for a little while, and you know the thing where it's like you're trying not to stare, but you're really obviously staring, and I don't know if they ever catch notice, but if they look over, he'll quickly look away, and maybe try and... Are there glasses of milk? He'll probably ask a server for a glass of milk, and he'll return to sipping his milk.
I'd say eventually they notice, but they probably don't come over and chat. They probably stay in their group.
If you like, I could arrange someone to make an introduction.
Oh, what would I say to them? I mean, I guess I could, but it just seems sort of rude. Is it?
It's not rude to make an introduction. If you don't insult them.
I could tell them about Geb, I guess, and woven into his jewelry, there's plenty of like very vague Geb symbols. He's kind of like a walking advertisement for his own jewelry, as well as the Church of Geb.
Perhaps would not start a conversation about religion. Might not be.
But what do I talk about if I can't talk about Geb?
Ask them who they are, where they're from, what brings them here. Normal things. Light conversation.
Will you come with me? Because I guess my conversation is a little bit heavy. I don't know.
No, I don't think so. You should just go.
Okay.
He's so blunt. No, I don't think so.
Rasha kind of stares at Roman for 5-10 seconds like a little lost puppy. Just looks vaguely or extremely internally panicked. Turns on his heel. And he kind of maybe walks like 10 feet through the crowd, pauses, wrings his hands slightly, takes a sip of milk, kind of standing by himself among the sea of people who he's probably, like a foot taller than, looks over their heads a little bit, wrings his hands a bit, and maybe shuffles towards the side of the group of quotation marks Drow.
Okay. Cool. Deal with that in a second. For the rest of you, I presume you are vaguely mingling. If there's anything you'd like specifically to let me know. I presume at some point, Haydn and Casadius will probably work towards a chat.
I was going to say Cass would, upon obviously seeing this particular group, he'd ogle Rasha for a bit because nice. Give Ascor a wide berth.
Oh, I guess that's kind of awkward, huh?
What's awkward? It's fine. And then he would, I guess, once he clocks eyes with Haydn, he would give him a little, nod with his glass. Just like a, hello, I can see you above the crowd.
Cool. Once Haydn kind of notices Cass and they kind of...
Cass will move to a quieter corner as well after he nods to kind of be like, follow.
Cool. Yeah, Haydn will wait for a moment that doesn't look too obvious, and then he's going to try to slip away from the group and try to go meet up with Cass.
Okay. Do that in a second as well.
As a reminder, I basically have level 3 exhaustion in the session, so if I have to do any rolls today, remind me to do disadvantage on everything.
Will do. Ascor and Zug, do you know what you guys would be up to or doing?
I mean, Zug would probably just be standing awkwardly, eating everything that possibly came close enough to him.
Absolutely.
What's the Kryn analog to mayonnaise? Is there one? Do they have mayonnaise?
They have a fancy aioli.
Yeah.
Aioli.
Aioli.
Beetroot aioli.
And we get hummus up
Ascor
in Cellularwood.
in that moment, he's seemingly been on patrol. He's been looking for something or someone. He just keeps talking to the waiting staff, and they're like, "Oh, I don't really do common." And he's just like, this.
There is. If Ascor is looking, there is
Rasha.
There is one other human in the room.
Ooh.
If Ascor is looking,
he notes this, but then he sees Rashaval in the distance and goes, sort of, and makes a beeline. He's like walking with purpose to point his posh hat's jostling a bit. It's almost slightly ajar of the directness which he approaches Rasha. And he just goes, "Where did you get that?" Just snatches the milk from his hand and places the flute of presumably local alcohol in Rasha's hand and just goes, You don't need this like I do.
But what? I need to drink things, Ascor, otherwise I will die.
Well, that's fine. Just drink some of the alcohol. It'll do you good.
I've never had this before.
Well, you should. Honestly, you should. You know what? You need this more than I do.
Insight check.
yeah.
What's the intention? Is Ascor genuine with a 28? Does he genuinely believe that Rasha needs it more than him? Is it an earnest belief that the need is there?
DM, do they get an accurate read?
For 28, you can make a persuasion or a deception roll against that if you want.
Give me a little something.
He's probably like 15 feet away from this group of drow, and you've probably seen him walking in a circle, like a really tight circle, like a few steps. He kind of looks at them, stops, and then walks back, and then goes, "Oh no, I should go talk to them," and tries again, and he's not gotten very far, so...
Like, he's so weirdly imposing that it's probably like a predator stalking their prey when actually...
Yeah. And it's probably like anyone in the area is probably like, at first they're like, wow, he looks... Why is he doing that? What's he doing?
What did you get?
But what the reading you get? So yeah, I got 15, and that was a persuasion check. So in fact,
Pretty honest. Ascor believes that you need alcohol at this moment.
Yeah, he thinks it. The sentiment was that, you know what, of all places, now's the time. This will do you some good.
Okay.
And also, you got a sense of something dark, something close in his relationship with the milk.
Scott, are you all right? I mean, thank you for this drink, but I mean,
no, that's absolutely fine. I think that you were made for that, and I'm made for this. And he just necks it. But whatever, if it was a pint of milk, it's gone. It's gone. And there's a little, in fact, you just see wetness, you don't see whiteness because he's already so pallid with the makeup. But you see a little collection of moisture, not disturbing.
Ascor, you have and he kind of puts his finger up and hovers it just over Ascor's top lip. You have a little wetness here. If you want more milk, that guy, and he points to the server he got his milk from, that is the milk guy.
And as Ascor turns his head to look, he sort of like he absent-mindedly, like almost holds you too tight, as if as if the milk's a big deal, and you've just enabled him, and he's sort of held you a little bit too tight with his hand there as he's focused in on this server. Like, yeah, that's a target. That's the one. And he's like, wipes the milk away with his huge sleeves he's got going on.
No, please do not get that on your sleeve. That is...
Wait, hold on a second. And the last little bit he has in his glass, it sort of pours onto his clothing, and can't even see it, baby. It's cream on cream. It's as if something told him that he'd be drinking milk. That his whole outfit was subconsciously based around dairy.
Ash is palpably stressed as he watches you pour milk upon expensive garments, but says nothing and just frowns very deeply.
Lauren is a whole mood right now.
Yeah. As Ascor walks over, kind of leaving Rasha in horror to the waiter, just you're about to tap on his shoulder, there's a hand on your shoulder, Ascor. And you kind of, if you turn around, you see it's kind of like a big stubby hand, like lots of rings. And the other human has come and approached you. Quite large, kind of very like squashed head, kind of squashed up features, completely bald. Looks quite exasperated and tired and not particularly happy, but is wearing quite fine clothing. And you can see it's very much, you would recognize it as the style of Imon, actually, and kind of a lot of green inlays, gold, kind of poofy sleeves, arms like go down, and like poofy trousers as well, kind of similar to maybe what Ascor is wearing, but a little bit, but obviously not as nice or fancy. She goes, Master Galvadane, I must say I was... Sorry, he kind of bows. My name is... Ambassador Donald.
Ruby ring for Donald to kiss.
No, Ambassador Donald. He sees you do this and kind of puts his hand on it. I'm following your father's campaign with great interest, including your safe return and appearance at his last event this morning. who are you? And with that,
Oh my
We
god!
collected our
shall-
bounty.
we shall leave.
Who stole our bounty?
Who the fuck has taken our money?
And with that, we shall have a short break and perhaps come back to Haydn and Casadius' conversation, as well as what's happening as well.
Oh my
Has
god!
taken our money.
I'm gonna throw hands. That was our money. Okay.
And we will be back. I'm going to need slightly longer, so let's say 5 to 10, if that's okay, because we started later and we can go a bit later if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, 15-minute break then.
Just a minute. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You can't be ignored, then go make yourself a ruckus. Say fuck this, I'm kicking down their damn door. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it, is it complicated? I got scars to prove it, taking steps to date. It's just a matter of time before we make it. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it, is it complicated? I got scars to prove it, taking steps to date. It's just a matter of time before we break shit. Yeah. The problem is, I've been keeping my eye on you. Ooh. Why don't you show me something you got in the tank? Ooh, words count for nothing. You can't buy food with a thank you. Yeah, run your mouth about how you be crafting dank brews, but another month is passing. Your Spotify is still blank. Boo, thought you were gonna paint too. You were making gains too. This is kinda lame. You're still looking like the same you. Never take the blame. You video games. You ambition on a tame route. Looking like a lame you. And I ain't saying this is easy, baby, but goddamn it isn't complicated. I got scars to prove it. Taking stubs to date it. Just a matter of time before we make it. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it isn't complicated. I got scars to prove it. Taking stubs to date it. Just a matter of time before we make it. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it isn't complicated. I got scars to prove it. Taking stubs to date it. Just a matter of time before we break shit. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it isn't complicated. I got scars to prove it. Taking stubs to date it. Just a matter of time before we make it. I ain't saying that it's easy, baby, but goddamn it isn't complicated. I got scars to prove it. Taking stubs to date it. Just a matter of time before we break shit.
Used to sit on the pier, watch the waves go by. Didn't care what they thought as the time passed by. Why'd we have to grow up, make mistakes, and I wonder why. I let you go on your own, and I wonder why. I hadn't seen you all year. I had to blink twice. I had to know it was real. You're in the same spot, same view. Same jacket I bought you last year. I know we said some things that we didn't mean, but I take it all back to have you next to me. 'Cause in the end, it's how it's meant to be. With your hand in mine, I'm in ecstasy. To sit by the pier by the ocean side. Run away for the day, have a place to hide. Why'd we have to grow up, make mistakes, and I wonder why. I let you go on your own, and I wonder why. I hadn't seen you all year. I had to blink twice. I had to know it was real. You're in the same spot, same view. Same jacket I bought you last year. I know we said some things that we didn't mean, but I take it all back to have you next to me. In the end, it's how it's meant to be. With your hand in mine, I'm in ecstasy. You got my heart, you got my soul. You got it all, don't let me go. You got my heart, you got my soul. You got it all, don't let me go. You got my heart, you got my soul. You got it all, don't let me go. You got my heart, you got my soul. You got it all, don't let me go.
Welcome back, everybody. Very brief recap. The party have got ready for a party, which has actually turned into a bit of a remembrance and funeral, kind of, for Ghost, Elenia, after Roman spoke to his parents for quite a bit. The party are varying levels of prepared for this. They've broken off into groups, having their own discussions, and we left off with a man wearing vaguely Ammonian clothing, who described himself as Ambassador, asking Ascor who he was, given that he'd heard reports of Ascor Galvadane appearing alongside his father in Imon only that morning. At which point we will cut away Haydn and Casadius. Eventually you guys find each other. Kind of working your way there. You obviously have exchanged messages that is available on our socials. And kind of breaking away. Haydn, perhaps a little bit thing, you see kind of Casadius kind of take his pocket out, that kind of pocket something, or tuck it into the sleeves as he kind of turns to you, big smile as always, I'm sure, and go for it.
So,
hello.
As Haydn is heading over to Cas, he already has one drink in his hand, which he tips his head back, drains, and then tries to place it on the tray of a bartender that's nearby, and misses the first time, but luckily it's still in his hand, so he has to try a second time, puts it on the tray, and then grabs another one and it's in his hand, and he continues over to Cas, and he gets to him and he's like, "Did you get my letter?"
Over to this corner if you'll come with me, don't you mind? And he'll put his arm around Haydn and just kind of shuffle him to a corner.
Aiden shuffles with him to the corner. To anyone who missed the things on social media, this is the letter that was sent to Cas from Haydn. Reads, Cas, need your help. Got arrested. Not my fault. And sent to the Dungeon of Penance. I broke out, but Essek Thelyss was there. He wants the delivery and cast something on me. I can't hold my tools straight, and he says I have 30 days to live? Did you sell that amulet yet? I need it to reset the lock on the box. I'll pay. Meet me at Den Everhtyl tonight. Haydn. Sorry about Ascor. He's a dick.
I did get your message. That's a given.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure, maybe you just showed up here anyway, or something.
I mean, I would have shown up here anyway because, good party, good place to steal things, and he'll just hold up a sleeve and then just jiggle it a bit, and you just hear this cacophony of metal objects banging together somewhere inside the sleeve.
Nice.
And again, this close up, much like his other clothing, despite how fancy his clothes look at a first glance, this close up, you can see the embroidery is starting to fray, and it looks like these are old. What he's wearing is dated and probably needs replacing or repairing. I did get your message. Kind of a slight hiccup on that front, actually, which is another reason I wanted to be here to tell you exactly what the problem was.
What happened?
The amulet already sold.
Fuck.
I'm really sorry. I would have I mean, I wouldn't have held on to it. I really need that gold, but I would have at least,
Oh god. I explained it on my letter, but like, I need to somehow, like, the box, I have to travel to multiple different planes in order to open up the other sides, and then so I can reclose it, because right now if I give it to Essek, he's gonna be like, why the fuck you were trying to open my box? And I'm just like, that amulet was the only way I could think that I can possibly do it. And you'll notice that like Haydn's hands are like kind of shaking, and his drink is like
take a drink. Take a drink and a deep breath. Just one little bit of good news for you. I know who the amulet was sold to, if that helps at all. And it isn't someone I care about, so I'd happily let you guys know who it is.
Who is it?
Cass is gonna like lean back nonchalantly and look around to double check that no one's within listening distance.
Given the relative extraness of the rest of the party and the fact that the room's not actually that full, I'll say you're pretty confident. You can make a perception check if you'd like to be.
Roll a quick perception check. Also, can I check how to pronounce the name?
Yes.
Is there a roll for that?
It's a 24 on perception. Wow.
It's just Bylan.
Yeah, I thought it was.
24 perception. No. Everyone seems very intense in their own groups. You notice that Balforon is looking quite frustrated. A lot of them are kind of looking around at the door expectantly, as if they're kind of expecting more people to arrive. But nobody's particularly paying either of you much interest at the moment.
All right. This guy called Lord Bylan, who's lives in the fancier part of town, about what you'd expect, really.
Okay. Heavily guarded, where he lives. Did you meet him at his house, or?
I mean, I didn't do the actual sale. Maro let me know where it went.
Look.
I mean, I know what area of the town it's in. I could give you some directions or show you how to case the joint if you want.
I know you have got no reason to want to help us after what Ascor tried. For the record, we all reamed him out after that, because that's the second time that he has taken someone's good graces who is about to give us money and ruined it with his own greed, which is a lot, coming from me.
I mean, it's all's fair in love and sales. I mean, I'm making back the hurt and pain and the cost of that, the gold cost that translates from the emotional toil of your betrayal. I'm filling that void with everything I'm taking from the pockets of the lovely people here, and also the lovely silverware I'm swiping off the tables, so. Well,
that's great to hear, because, since that void is full, maybe you'll be receptive to my suggestion is, I need your help, with getting it. Since I don't know what Essek did to me earlier, but I can't hold my tools straight. I can't walk quickly. I feel like everything is I'm just stumbling over everything. I know I'm like several drinks in right now. This is not related to that. It's been like this since I left the Dungeons of Penance earlier, and
has your healer friend helped you, looked at you, tried to see what's wrong? Or?
He couldn't. He doesn't know. I don't think he can help with this.
Well, I would say then, how about I'll help you out and you guys just owe me one big favor.
Yeah, I can agree to that, yeah.
Holds out a hand for a shake, because you make a deal on a shake.
Hayden shakes his hand.
DM, just a question. Do I have a rough idea of what's happening outside?
Outside?
Yeah. Do I have a vague idea of what people are waiting for? As in, like, timing
Right.
wise.
If everybody else mutes,
Oh, it's good
What?
mute. Okay.
Okay. We're all
everyone-
meeting.
Take your headphones off or deafen yourself. Except me, because I'm running the stream.
okay, everybody can't listen.
One second.
Okay, so yeah. Oh, sorry. Cool. So you will know that obviously there are
Oh,
things happening outside.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you will know there are things happening outside. You still think you've got a couple of minutes, at least not. The reason people are kind of expecting looking at the door, you've put together that kind of you're chatting to people. Normally, an event thrown by the Everhtyls, there would at least be some more important people, but something or somebody has warned the really important people. So, yeah, the den leaders, the Bright Queen, for example, to stay away. So that's what people are expecting. They're looking like, oh, who should be the first really important person to arrive? But you know, and everyone else knows quite why maybe they haven't arrived. But you're not. You think it will be at least a couple more minutes, if not 5 to 10?
Okay. He might just start trying to angle Haydn toward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to tell Haydn, I'll probably jump to the other conversations and then
I
deal
don't
with
think
that
he's
after.
not gonna tell him.
Okay, yeah,
at the last possible second. It's fine.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, cool. I'll thumbs up everybody then.
Please come back.
Come back, everybody.
Yo, I'm
Ready.
so suspicious. What the fuck?
Oh.
Okay. So
lost
sorry, guys.
Esky.
Please feel free to
Esky.
keep chatting.
Yeah, we got
Hey, Haydn, how about we go meet up with your friends and we just, make them aware of our little agreement here? I mean, they know what trouble you're in, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they know. I didn't tell them that I contacted you and asked about the amulet. But I know that Rasha seemed interested in it too, so I don't think it'll be hard to sell, but I don't know when would be the best time to go to try to get it. Whether we would go as soon as the party is over, or if we would want to leave early, or I need to. And he looks kind of down at his clothes. We're gonna go. I should probably change because.
I was gonna say, that's kind of an interesting choice you've made there.
I didn't choose it. Apparently it's in fashion here.
I mean, in some districts, sure, but I wouldn't say this one.
Is it by district, are you insinuating,
He just grins. He
Oh.
just grins to you.
Oh, damn it. I knew Belprin had it in for me. Okay. Hayden kind of tries to tug the jacket a little bit more over himself, but it's pretty stiff leather. It doesn't really move very much.
No, not really.
The kind of chains kind of jingle a bit. He's like,
It's fine, you're
"Oh,
working
wow,
it.
this
You're fine.
fucking
You're fine.
costume." What, really?
Yeah, you look fine.
Oh. I kind of backstrains a little bit. Thanks. Yeah, should we go to the others?
Yeah, it might be a good idea to get everyone together, make sure they're on board with the plan.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Cool. Let's go.
Cass is grinning to himself as if he knows something you don't.
Roman, what would you be doing if you have an idea?
So Rowan's probably just stood where he was when Rasha left, and I'm guessing he probably saw Rasha walk over to those people and then just not
Awkwardly not saying.
engage.
He's maybe done 10 or 15 attempted passes, and he's just sort of standing, staring at the nearest wall, maybe the ceiling a little bit. Maybe occasionally he looks over at Roman with, like, big sparkly help eyes.
Roman, unable to switch his big brother instinct off, downs the decanter that he was holding, wiggles as for someone to come over and drops it on, and kind of like walks over to Rasha. He nods at him, and then puts a very firm hand on the small of his back and just pushes him into the crowd of the skin diseased Drow.
Sorry, I've been reminded very quickly. Aku has arrived, is drinking, probably standing in the corner slouching, and is occasionally getting glancing from quite a few people in the room admiringly.
Yes.
Roman, sorry, please continue.
Cool. So he'll sort of like step in with Rasha and Good evening, everybody. And may I thank you
Hello.
for.
They bow. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes. Well, some more sorry than others, it seems, tonight, but I should like to introduce you all to my acquaintance here, Rashaval. He has travelled a long way, and he's quite interested to talk to you.
They all kind of the name. They all kind of look at each other. You are speaking under comments.
Rashaval, may I introduce you to the officers of the Shadowshire's fields underground. They work below the city. This is Wheeze Seer, Brian Breath, and Adamant Aunt.
Rasha pauses and says, "Why do all of your names begin with the same letter, both your first and your last name? Is that intentional?"
Well, the other one says, "It is nice to meet you, Rashaval. Mine does not. Wheeze Seer."
Well,
Allow me to explain. Rashaval is from a small city. A small village, I suppose one would say.
I see. Well, it is nice to see another one of our kind here in Rosanna.
Rasha pauses for a long while and is not quite sure how to address it. And
What brings you here? Are you looking to work?
he swallows.
How did you know the deceased?
Well, he looks at his missing finger. So knowing the deceased, I guess we are bonded, so, by soul. He keenly remembers Roman telling him not to tell anyone that they are engaged or in any capacity bonded. We were friends.
You worked
we were
together.
friends. Yeah.
They were travel companions, as I understand. Is that correct, Rashaval?
Something like that. So I really like he struggles to look for something on their outfits to compliment, and he settles on the floor. Your shoes. They're really good shoes.
I look down and even they're fairly fine, but they do seem to be a little dirty.
I've not met anyone with my problem before.
Can I just ask, would Roman know that Rasha is Genasi? So he would just be humoring Rasha this entire way through, really?
Yeah, I think most of the party have indicated they're at some kind of aware. Aku certainly was last session.
So, before you continue with that train of thought, Rashaval, Council, I should... Rasha comes from a place where he has never met anybody who looks like him before. So, indeed, he seems seeking answers. Would I be right in saying that?
We were informed by His Lord and Ladyship that we were brought here for a purpose. This presumably would be it, to make Rashaval, your name makes much more sense now, feel at home, or more amongst those like you.
Is there a cure?
A cure for what?
A disease?
They just look at you blankly. As far as I know, I am not diseased. Are you? Have you brought it here?
They always said I was, cursed or sick, with too much of the ground. They said, I must have been, I don't know, I don't know, my parent was a stone or something.
Did you reveal to them that you can feel and hear the earth?
I did tell them that, but they sort of thought I was not right in the head, so much.
They kind of
but,
all laugh.
Wait, do you hear it? You hear Geb as well, then?
I am not aware of this name. Explain, please.
The voice, of the earth. That is its name. It is Geb.
I see how you have explained it to yourself. No, we are connected to the earth like few are. We know its wants, its needs, hear its voice, understand, listen, tame, and tend.
But I don't understand. You hear the same voice I do, but you do not think it is.
Not so much a
Geb?
voice, but a feeling.
But it is a voice, though, isn't it?
Does not speak a language like you or I now. There are no words, but something so vast. Simple movements, changes, each one reveals much to the pattern of life.
So, this is,
I know if it has rained many fields away, where their underground sources of water have changed.
I was really good at
Good day to
finding.
plant or not.
I could find, gems in the earth, always. Veins of
another
mithril, and I used to eat things in the forge, or try to, but my teeth were not very strong, so I just broke my teeth a lot. I guess I liked them. This is normal then. What?
Normal for us.
Diseased people or what?
Our connection to the earth is not a disease. You must not think of it so.
Where does it come from? Why are we like this?
It comes from who we are descended from. It's part of our lineage, our heritage, our birthright.
What? That word? Hereditary. That one. What exactly is it we are descended from then? This is very, cryptic.
We are not being cryptic. Perhaps you're trying to be gentle, but given your name, I suppose you were not given much kindness in your life.
It's a really stupid name. Do you think I should change it? Because everybody laughs when I tell them my name.
If they speak Undercommon, it would be advised. You, I presume, unless you are indeed diseased, and it would be a very strange one, are likely descended from the inhabitants of the Earth elemental plane. Like we are. It may have skipped several generations. It often does. But somewhere in your lineage, there are beings not from this world.
Wait, I am from a different plane or something?
Partly.
Well, I don't know who my parents are. They, left me on the doorstep because, they had a pebble child, so... Huh.
I
Kind
am
of.
aware this is perhaps different than what you have been told. Our people are as diverse as any other, but we do share some common traits. Often, we allow others to wash over us, standing immovable beneath the tides. We are very slow to anger, but when we do, well, lava bursts forth. Do you find we tend to avoid rash decisions, pausing often? You will find companionship here if you wish, or explanations, but you will probably need some time.
Is this... He turns to Roman. Does he look surprised by any of this knowledge? Okay, and the rest of the party aren't there.
So everybody kind of holds out his hand and kind of goes to touch your face. May I?
Okay.
And kind of you feel it, and it's like rough on rough. It's so strange. Like, you've noticed none of them have the fissures that you do, and he kind of runs his hand along one. Those of you remember that Rasha has kind of cracks in the rock which light permeates. This is a sign that it's a very recent transfer over. Evidence the lineage is recent, and the connection to your progenitor strong.
Oh.
Many do not have this.
What, my cracks? I mean, I get them when somebody hits me really hard. I think this was when an apprentice picked up a hammer and did not see I was there, and, you know. But I got better.
I said, I do not think you have experienced much kindness in your life.
I mean, no. Well, I thought I had, but the more time I spend up here, I think the word kindness means something very different here to what it does where I am from. So, I don't know. I've spent my whole life thinking I was Drow, but sort of a bad version. And you are telling me that I am just a good version of myself? And that it's, that I should be like this?
You are this.
Oh. He kind of fiddles with his hands a little bit and isn't sure where to look. Did you see...
Sorry, go on.
Was it Mr. and Mrs. Everhtyl that asked you here?
Indeed. They mentioned there was somebody here who could use our help. And presumably, unless somebody else is going to walk in that door that wants to know if they should plant seeds tomorrow or today, that would be you.
Then I suppose I should thank you, but also, Roman, I need to thank your parents, because I think... Is this just common knowledge? Why is it the first people that have ever told me the truth are people I have barely met before, who...
Our kind are rarer than the others from different places. Earth moves slowly, after all, and rarely transfers between the planes. Often as well, they are hidden deep down in the dark. I suspect of the many societies of this world, this is one of the few where people have common knowledge of us. I would not hold it against anyone unless they have known and you can prove it.
Right.
Or perhaps Rasha. People have been playing a joke on you your whole life.
It does seem quite often I am the butt of the joke. It is true. I have a lot to think about. Thank you for. May I, maybe sometimes speak to you if I have questions, or, is that okay?
Well,
I am sort of,
why do you not stay? We can tell you about our lives here, what we know of our ancestry, and I'm sure you'll have questions.
I would really, actually really like to stay. But the thing is, I am in a lot of danger at the moment. It is kind of likely I just sort of, fall over and die at some point. So I need to fix.
Just to clarify once more, you are not diseased.
No, this is because of He points to his missing finger as though that is any kind of explanation. Oh, where'd the music bot go?
I think it's probably because it started playing freaking Castlevania or something, like in the middle of this like heartfelt conversation.
That is not the music
so
I thought
funny.
it was. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
Oh no. But maybe when it's I like it here, and he pauses, chews the inside of his mouth, looks down at his jewelry.
This is exceptional work.
I'm really good at this. I need to build.
It's not our specialization, but it is something we have a inclination for.
I'm going to build a forge, and maybe when I do, maybe it could be here. Thank you.
If you are still looking for answers or conversations, we are down in Shadowsire. It will not be hard to find us.
No,
As I said, we are in charge of the farms down there, keeping the city fed, alive.
I think I will be able to find you. Thank you. Have a good funeral, good party.
Thank you very much. He sort of like leads Rasha away again, nodding to the three who've been speaking. Before he says something inappropriate again.
You kind of get taken a little bit, probably steered by Roman slightly. Do you get steered into the path of Haydn and Casadius as they come back, maybe?
Roman will push Rasha to the side because he wants to just say something quickly to him. Doesn't want to like have a conversation with anyone else. Having met you all only recently, I am of course not privy to your lives or anything that happened to you all prior to your arrival here. But I would, or I get the sense just from that small interaction that you've had something of a tough paper round, Rasha Romen. And but I can sense kindness in you and patience and care. So I would like to let you know that should you need anything while you are here, you clearly already have the luxury of my parents' care, but anything that may not be so official, you can come to me.
Roman, I really appreciate that. I mean, that a lot, but also just, You say you sense kindness and care from me, but Roman, after everything you have been through, I don't know, my cat is eating kimchi, and I feel like that's bad. I'm gonna take the kimchi back.
That is the most crude thing I've ever heard.
The fact that you can even spare a kind thought, or even a thought at all, for me is, I sense that kindness and care in you a lot. And if I am anything, I know I speak really badly, but I think I judge characters well. And I think yours is a really good one.
Well, you might want to reevaluate that skill. I've not been a very good person, nor a very good brother or family member, so my word is perhaps worth less than the dirt you walk on, but nevertheless, I should like to offer it to you in any time of need. Now, with that said, I bid you want good night. Goodbye. So awkwardly.
He's valid.
Cool.
Yeah. Rasha watches him go quietly, maybe with a little smile. And I guess either if the people are drifting back together, that, or he might take a moment to swing by and thank Mr. and Mrs. Everhtyl. But I don't know if the
Also,
focus
would be aiming to herd you all together at this point.
Yeah,
like
I'll
cats.
go with the party then.
Herding cats. So he will see you two separating and just be like, hold up there, guys, hold up. And he's like got one arm hooked now under Haydn's armpit. His tail is around Haydn's middle, and Haydn's feet are not touching the floor anymore. And like the end of his tail is slowly wrapping around the base of the champagne flute in Haydn's hand and beginning to like tug it out of his grip.
No, give back.
I'm not doing anything. I mean, I've got no control over that thing. Whatever it's doing, it's got its own mind. You can't blame me. And it's just like...
And he's trying to like slap the tail, and he's like trying to like get, like while the glass is being pulled away, he's like pulling his head closer to try to drink it. And then
why are you tail handling Haydn? What is?
He's I don't know.
Wash up.
Casadius, you are back. Sorry, we tried to kill you in the street. We did not mean to.
You were trying to kill me?
Well, no.
I know we were trying to kill you.
Well, Ascor was threatening this.
Wow.
Haydn, are you sick?
I think he's a little drunk.
No, I'm not drunk.
Well, he's little and he's drunk, so
I'm
he's
not
a little drunk.
Drunk. It's...
I'm little and a rock, so hence my name. Although I'm not little anymore, but you get the idea.
I was gonna say, no, like, just to point out, you're very much not little. I mean, I congratulated you on your fine craftsmanship earlier, but I'd like to congratulate you on your fine craftsmanship right now. He's gonna gesture your abs.
Well, I worked really hard on my things. If you want to sell any of this stuff, by the way, Cas, this is...
You can't sell your body, Rasha. It's not legal.
If you're gonna do that, you have to be dressed the way that Haydn's dressed. So,
Haydn, where is your shirt?
Excuse me, Belfrin didn't give me one. Okay, I just have this stupid stuff. And he like picks at the chain things that like connects the two sides of his shirt. He's like,
Asha picks up a chain. His eyes narrow at it immediately, and he says, "It is plated. It's not even proper."
It's noisy. I hate
it's
it.
amateur hour here, Rasha. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Give it back.
We need to we need to herd all your little gang into a corner, if that's all right with you. Got a few things to
The gang.
If you beckon like
Boys.
Aku over, Aku will detach from whichever admirers.
No,
he
it's
has
Aku.
got.
Oh
Walk
god.
over. And
I'm not.
Zug, if you're
Yes.
beckoned, will you come over?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll go over. And we'll now quickly go back as the rest of the party gets together to Ascor and an accusation. Ambassador Donald, has kind of put the hand down. So who are you? Ascor, are you there? Are you frozen? Sorry,
I'm here.
Ambassador Donald has come back to you. But zooming back into you. She's looking at you. So who are you?
She, sorry, or...
Is he?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, who said she then? Sorry, he.
No, he. Oh, yeah.
I had that too.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean that somebody accompanied your father at his recent speech outside of the Cloudtop district in Iman, named Ascor Galvadane. Somebody I've known, or have been aware of for a while at least. And yet here you stand. Now, unless your position on magic has radically changed in the past 9 hours, you, sir, are an imposter. And from the look of that hand, are certainly not in possession of a ring. So who are you? Why are you
The
here?
real question, my good
Why
friend, is
lying?
who are you? Look around. You see nobility? An ambassador? Good lord. What use could we have for you here? In fact, can I see your invitation?
Well,
No. Let's see it.
you certainly are in possession of that Galvadane arrogance.
The invitation. Ascor narrows his eyes, leans in a bit, holding his glass close to his own face.
So you are not who you say you are, then? We duck, we dive, we dodge, we pivot.
Why won't you just answer the question and prove that you have a right to be here? If you don't,
Of course I have a
just
right to
admit
be
so.
here. He like toughs out a letter. Now my question, kind of hands it to you.
One moment. And what does it look like, this kind of invitation? Does it have like a seal? Or
It's in a
something?
purple letter. It's got kind of a broken seal on it. And as you kind of opens and flicks it over, you see kind of written in a very very neat font, are a collection of letters you don't understand.
And is it this music?
We have
I
an ad
don't
break.
think
We
is
have an ad break. Hold on. We have an ad. We have
What
an ad
the
break.
hell,
Careful.
guy?
I typed something
It's
in.
also a
and it wasn't
French
even the
ad
name
as
of a
well,
song,
which is
and it just
Many
started added it. And I was trying to get rid of it, and then the DM was like, Ascor. So I whipped around.
What is this, like
Ascor.
amateur hour?
But so does it seem to have a signature on it of any sorts? This kind of writ. This.
Yes, it does. It seems even you kind of laying out the layout of a letter at the bottom. There's kind of a scroll and a scratch and like multiple twists, and then will
Yeah.
definitely be a signature.
Yeah, in that case, Ascor is probably just going to run his fingers over it and go, yes. And in fact, he's going to reach in and pull out his eyes of minute seeing, his glasses, his spectacles. And because he's feeling posh there, in fact, they're on one of those kind of like singular journey. He's just eyeing it up and he runs his fingers across. And I'd like to cast Prestidigitation as a subtle spell.
Yeah, sure.
And leave a mark on the object, the surface, of just like, instead of the signature, just a smiley face, or just like a poorly forged jumble of letters at the bottom.
Okay.
So I'm going to knock off a sorcery point for that for a start. Bosh. Did we receive a long rest, by the way, before this event?
We were
No.
in prison. I don't know if that counts as a long rest.
We
Oh, you
wouldn't
have
have,
not.
had we? No, we haven't. No. Alright, cool. And he's just going to go... He's going to look up very slowly from the document and just go, take his glass away and go, of course. A forgery. Turn it round. Shows him the mark.
He's gonna look at it. Look at you. I'm sorry. I accuse you of not being who you are, and your reaction is to accuse me of not having an invitation.
Perhaps you're not
What?
from such circles fellow, if I wouldn't know what to call you. Ambassador seems like it may be, well, I imagine an ambassador would have actually been invited. Whoever you claim to be, good sir. I may have to make contact with the security here. I hear it's been doubled, and they're looking for intruders like yourself.
I know most of the people here. Do you?
Ascor just looks around the room and just leans in very quietly and says, I do. I'm richer than you are.
Oh, well, I am sure that those backing him on will love to hear that your father's stance on magic has so radically shifted that you are able to both be here and be in Imon within 24 hours.
Look, if everybody here didn't speak Undercommon, I would tell you to keep your voice down. And he looks away. He looks for a kind of secluded space, a space where people aren't standing. And just says, well, and sort of gestures in that direction as if to follow.
Lead on. And kind of takes him over to a secluded corner.
And sort of swans past, and as he goes past Casadius, just goes with a very sort of smarmy bow and a smile, as if everything's fucking fine.
Can Casadius please try and just stick his tail around, like he'll let go of Haydn's wine flute, and he will just flip his tail the other way around, and once again just try and flip backward just a little bit.
Sure, if you want to make a grapple check for me, contest
Which is a grapple check?
So it's athletics or acrobatics for you versus athletics or acrobatics for Ascor, and I imagine you both don't have big
from you
pluses.
and acrobatics or athletics from me.
Yeah, correct.
It's a 15.
15. Ascor?
Ooh, shit. Ooh, this is scary. Ooh, hey. Oh, I meant kind of acrobatics. That's a better shout. Right. Let's see what happens.
A 15. For heaven's sake. Could you both roll again?
Again?
Oh, yes.
22.
22.
Oh.
22. Anticipating it, perhaps, because whilst Ascor might be a little bit all smiles, he knows things aren't okay. Kind of manages to almost jaunt over, step over the thing, and actually with that roll, Donald now kind of staggers a little bit and puts his hand on Casadius. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see your tail there.
It's absolutely fine, don't worry about it. And he'll put his hand on the guy's arm, and then as he puts his hand down, he's just going to try and swipe something off.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. I'll carry your... Actually, do a sleight of hand roll again. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to do a sleight of hand, it's fine. 28.
28, fucking hell. Yeah.
Can't be stopped.
He doesn't actually have anything. You actually take the invitation he's put back in his pocket as well as a bunch of coins. I'm going to give you the exact amount afterwards. But yeah, his pockets are actually empty now.
To be fair.
Yeah. Cool. It's kind of so sorry, and kind of steps you past. And if these two are walking past, if you guys wanted to say something to Ascor or anything, you do have the opportunity. Or not.
Ascor, when you're done, come back here. We need to all have a little chit-chat about something important.
That's no problem. I'll just be a moment. Just 1 moment.
Okay. As you take him off to the corner, he kind of turns to you and goes, yes? Who are you?
Well, it's me.
I'm inclined to think that the other side of the world, missing his family's signature ring, is lying. But convince me.
Well, I can't tell you all the details because I'm not sure what the implications were, so I will plead the 12th on some of these issues. But to go into
I'm going to have to invent a constitution now.
Yeah, there you go. And that's how far down the line the right to remain silent is. Well, things have not been okay for quite some time. I was whisked away by the clasp for a while, although that's a secret and you're not telling anybody about that, because your life will be at risk and so will mine.
Deadly.
And then Ascor continues, and he says, well, to keep them off of threatening me anymore, I was forced to hand over my signet ring. You have to understand, they're business people, and a ransom and a bribe and a bounty, what's it to they? They just wanted some kind of proof to collect their fee. I was impressed with their entrepreneurial spirit, let's say. But, you knowing who my father is, and he really is running for position.
Yes, indeed.
So the rumors are true. Anyhow, I'm sure you can imagine a man in his position, from his family. The importance of presentation, of course, is paramount. I wouldn't be surprised at all if, well, let's just say whoever the, I imagine, exceptionally poor imitation of myself would have been there out of a matter of convenience to my father's image. Do you get the drift?
Are you suggesting that your father has paid a ransom to simply collect your ring, put it on an impersonator, so that people don't think you're still missing?
What I perhaps should say is that, should the rumors be true and my father does come to office, you as ambassador, well, your position, I suppose, would be governed by his, well, whatever he says, his decree. So, let's just say it's probably at some point within your interest to not dig your nose too deep into it.
Make an intimidation check.
Yeah, boy. Not with advantage, not because of Poppy. I don't know how. If you think if the polls are in favor of Pops, I might get advantage.
Yeah, fine, advantage. You can have that secret.
What do the exit polls look like, Jamie?
Looks like Mr. Calverdane might be winning.
All right, that's a 16. That's a 16 there. Could have gone better.
16. Narrows his eyes at you. But of course, trade is only a small part of what I do. It's not like he's going to be the leader of the council. Professionally, I'm bound to report that your presence here exists. But I suppose if you were to sate my personal curiosity, I could put that aside. Tell me, is that what your father's done? Is that what you're claiming? That this is a fake?
I claim to know nothing, and therefore can only speculate as you do. All I can do is tell my own story.
Very well. Well, like I said, I shall report your presence here, and may perhaps your father's deception or the lies that he is being fed about your safe return will be exposed. Maybe he's been
Perhaps.
hoodwinked too.
Perhaps, but don't forget, office or otherwise, he's a very powerful man. A very powerful man.
We are very far from his influence.
Well, tell me, when was the last time you've been back to Amon?
Oh. A year? A year.
Okay. Well, have a think. If you do go on to betray, my father's position. Have a think. If you think you're being recalled a little earlier than normal from your position.
That is, of course, if you aren't two goblins in a suit pretending to be some high status guy they saw on a poster.
Ascor laughs like a rich guy. It's just...
God laughs like a rich guy.
Narrators.
Oh, there's that video of Jeff Bezos laughing like a possessed person.
Yeah.
I believe the
leans
correct
forward.
term is a guffaw. It's a
Guffaw,
yes.
absolutely. Guffaws in rich. Two goblins in a suit, of course. Well, I suppose I will leave you to enjoy the festivities. Don't forget to put some food down there for the other one.
To which Ascor replies, well, you must say you've never seen two goblins with such exquisite taste. A toast
No,
to me
I haven't.
and my father's campaign.
All the success to Mr. Gatherin, who kind of tinks, and you guys can make your way back to the party. The rest of you. Zug being brought over, Aku being brought over as well, and all of you now kind of standing around, loosely looking at Casadius. I'm going to run to the bathroom, still going to be listening.
At this point, by the time Ascor finally joins the rest of the group, Haydn somehow, through sleight of hand, has managed to get hold of a new drink once again. But most of it has just been spilled down his front. And he's
It's like a wet t-shirt contest. Right?
If he had a t-shirt to wear,
He had a t-shirt.
then yeah, he'd be in the running. But this time, no. But he is very much just like, yeah, just like he would be if it wasn't for Cas like basically holding him up, he would probably not be standing upright right now. So he's very messy drunk. You guys have not seen him this drunk since you met him.
I'm assuming he does not drink very often, or is this part of the side effect of the little spell he's under?
He drinks water every day. I mean, he just drink things.
Water. You're a funny guy, Rasha. No, I drink a lot.
Uh-huh.
Today's special.
Are you of legal drinking age?
Yeah. Obviously.
What is that for half elves?
Who knows? He's like mid-20s.
Rasha, like, at some point has, like, he's been sipping his champagne, and, like, at some point you just see him, like, tip his head back and drink the full thing and take another one and look down at it and go, you know, this little bubbly drink is actually kind of, it is tickly, you know.
Rasha!
That's very tasty.
Ascor said that I needed this tickly drink, and I sort of, well, it
God,
is...
he's so drunk.
Okay.
Rasha, you're joking?
DM, just to note, I have definitely made sure we have gathered in a place that is near the servants' entrance to the room.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, would Roman be there? Would Cas have gathered Roman, or would he still be
He's
mingling?
encouraged everyone
Rasha.
over.
Rasha, I'm proud of you.
Hello. Why are you so proud of me?
I'm proud because I never seen you drink nothing besides milk before.
You see me drink water often.
Okay, but like an actual drink, you know, like a drink. I'm
But-
proud of you. This is character development.
Is it? This is character development. Is it drinking a bubble thing?
Yeah.
Oh lord.
Ah, I don't know. It is quite nice. It is a little bit fruity.
Yes,
I
you
think I
are.
like the
Yep.
fruit. What?
Unless you're Ascor, you would normally, you know, this wouldn't be the first kind of drink you normally drink.
Azag, where have you been this evening? I think
I've
I
just
saw
been
you.
eating. I
saw
mean,
you-
nobody knows
food?
me because I don't. There's food everywhere. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of walked around and I don't understand anybody.
Did you try some of those little sausages wrapped in bacon? They're really good.
Yes, they're amazing.
I've got like
I think
20 in. I've got 20 in my sleeve if you'd like to.
Oh, I think I've eaten.
I would
about 20
really
already.
like one.
Can I have one?
Oh, I'll get one for you. And he just like you hear the rustling of metal jingling together as he reaches into the other sleeve that doesn't make much noise, but it looks heavier than it should be. And he pulls out 2 of the little sausage things and hands you.
I've been too busy having an existential crisis to eat the little sausages, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
This shirt doesn't cover my tummy, so I was like, I don't know if I should eat, because then everyone will see my food baby, you know?
Why did you choose not to wear your shirt this evening?
I think
It was a...
Belfrain didn't give me one.
It's very immature to blame what you're lacking on others.
No, I
in this
said...
instance, shirt.
I said...
You should take
Belfrain,
responsibility for dressing yourself, really.
Shh. I said to Belfrain, give me an outfit that's fashionable, that will blend in.
And you chose to only wear half of it.
No, this is what gave me.
Fairness, Roman, I did tell him he would fit in certain districts. You know the ones.
Not this one.
Not
It's sorry, Casadius, at this point you notice Belfrain runs in, looking a little bit flustered, whispers something to Kildra and Mira, who both look a little bit concerned, and Mira starts making her... Kildra kind of looks around, begins to go up to the stage, and Mira begins to make her way over to where the group is standing.
Cass will save this, has the spare pig in blanket in his fingers, and he just starts like fiddling with it in his hand as if he's waiting for something to happen.
Can I try to take it out of Cass's hand sneakily?
Nope.
You do anything sneakily right now?
Not with your like 7 levels of disadvantage that you probably have that now.
Would I roll 3
Exhausted.
times and take the lowest of the 3?
Absolutely, you can.
So this is a party. What we are doing is talking at this party. Is this a thing? This is what a
Trust me,
party is?
things are gonna kick off real soon.
I suppose if my brother were here, he would tell you, he would say something like this. Be like, it's really normal to just go into the center of the room and just start spinning around and hold your arms out at the same time. That's like the kind of the traditional dance around here, and it's the person who's newest to the family who actually has to start it as a show of respect for the family. But my brother is not here.
Almost as though you are the same person. That was a really good impression of you.
I can feel how much he missed Ghost in one sentence.
I think
I think it's for the benefit of us all that he's not around anymore.
But by the way, my
probably
sausage
would have
quest.
done as he suggested, to be honest, a little while ago. So
A little update. My sausage quest. I rolled 3 sleight of hand checks and took the lowest one. Of the 3, I rolled a nat 20, which equals up to 32, a 29, and a 22. So even wasted and exhaustion level 3.
It's so little.
A little 22 somehow.
Say this somehow, not necessarily your one, because you're keeping it out of line of sight, but out of reach. But somehow, Haydn always seems to have a sausage, no matter how many you've taken. Seems to find another one or another glass of alcohol. It's impressive, actually.
Hey,
You're a
GM,
much better thief than I took you for.
What?
are we all
Finding all that
there
food.
currently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, Mira will walk over and will whisper something to Roman. And Roman, I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage for me.
what?
Wait,
It's a mother's love.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Are you telling him to go to his room?
You're in trouble.
Does
That sounds
Cass
like a
notice
wisdom save,
does
right?
Cass notice this happening, and does he overhear with his very high
Yeah.
passive?
Same with Sir Rasha.
yeah. Okay, I will.
That's a 13.
Okay. So rest of you will hear. Whatever happens, when I say to go, go, and save Ghost if you can, and look after yourself.
You mean Elenia?
Sorry, Elenia. Yeah. And that's a suggestion spell. At which point, she will say, like, peel back, be like, Haydn, did you ever give Roman that ring I gave you?
Oh. I have it.
Well, no time like the present, if you wouldn't mind. You have it on you.
Yes, Mother. I hope you didn't pay him any money to deliver it to me, given that it seems I've made it back into your presence without having received it, therefore negating the need for a... what was it you called yourself, Haydn?
No, I wanted to deliver it to you in front of your mom as proof that I delivered it, because otherwise...
Because of course, if I had it when I returned to my mother, then there is no proof that you delivered safely.
Don't be ridiculous. I'll go get it now. And Haydn turns on.
Don't go anywhere. And Cass will just catch him by the back of the neck and pull him back in.
Oh, wait, it's not weird.
How does Mrs. Everhtyl look? Like, what kind of vibe?
So with your sight, just suddenly gone from stressed and sad to stressed with a capital S and worried and a bit scared.
Cass is gonna put his hand on her back and just in a sort of polite gesture, and then lean in and just, how long you reckon we got?
They're marching up to. She looks at you confused as if doesn't know, but then they're marching up to drive. Kildra's about to make a speech. And yeah, Kildra's about to make a speech, and you can probably see him beginning to go up to the stage.
Roman's gonna peel Cass's hand off his mum's back, squeezing a little bit too
he lets
hard.
it happen, but he leans into his mum again and just goes, I hope you don't mind if I cause a little distraction.
Haydn,
so just make sure Roman goes with you. He will be compelled to.
Don't worry, I know my way in and out of here. And he just winks at her, and then he's gonna step back, look at Roman, smile, and the little piece of hors d'oeuvre he's got in his hand, he's just gonna grin at Roman, look at her, and then look over her shoulder. He's gonna throw that into the middle of the room, and as he lets go of it, he casts darkness on it.
Okay.
So he's just gonna create a massive sphere of darkness in the middle of the room.
Okay.
As the speech starts. Just...
Yeah, so Kildra's good. Yeah, so I'll say Kildra's standing up. He goes, guests, I understand why there's perhaps less of you than I thought there would be. Thank you for coming. I advise you all stand to the side. And actually kind of coincides with, as you throw that over, darkness appears, which blocks the party's view of, you hear the doors slam open, and you hear what sounds like probably 6 to 7 people enter, and you hear a familiar voice, those of you now laying out, saying, Kildra, as Essex, Mira and Roman Everhtyl, I hereby place you under arrest for harboring political fugitives, for aiding and abetting enemies of the state, and for not revealing hidden research pertinent to the defense of Roshana and the dynasty.
Okay, so Cass
was that in Undercommon, by the way?
Yeah, so
as
And said that Ascor, not
as
knowing
Mira
what
looks
that
at you,
was
Roman.
Yeah.
Mira looks you dead in the eyes and says, go.
Cass is going to cast Thaumaturgy on the other side of the room and make it sound like a window has smashed over in the other corridor leading out.
So I would say unless Cass casts those spells at the same time, the second Cass casts the darkness spell, Roman is grappling him. Because he does not know he does not know what he's doing. He just sees this guy touch his mum and cast the spell. And
Thaumaturgy is just verbal, so that will stop me from casting.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. As you throw it, this person grabbing your mum, absolutely, you go to grapple. So you guys want to make a grapple check.
By the way, Haydn is also sandwiched against Cass's side. So if you're grappling Cass, you're also grappling Haydn.
Do I make an
I guess as part of the grapple, probably push Haydn away.
Yeah, so it's Roman's athletics versus your acrobatics or athletics.
21.
21.
17.
17. So you managed to squeal out of the way, but it's the 2 reasons for that. One, the doors slam open and you hear that, and the sound of Essex saying that causes a reaction within Roman, as you can probably imagine. Secondly, thaumaturgy happens on the other side. So what was the thaumaturgy? Sorry, I forgot.
He's making it sound like a window or something similar is being smashed down the other side, so that it'll sound like if someone's trying to escape, they're going that way.
The darkness in the middle, there's gasp, what's going on? Why there's some the room very quickly erupts into chaos. And Mira, as well as the other reason it fails, is Mira looks at you, room, and it just says, go. And that suggestion spell kicks in.
Cass is going to look to the others and just, I know a really good way out of here. If you'll just, follow me real quickly this way, and he'll point to the servants' entrance to the room that he moved you all to stand by.
What on earth is going on?
We'll talk about it on the way. Come on. And he just starts like pushing through the doors.
Yes.
Or you bump-
as
you
we're
bump
being pushed
Ascor,
away-
he spills his glass and he goes, it spills all over him. He goes, my wife's Russian. Looks down at his clothes and he's fine. Okay, which way?
As we're being pushed away, Rasha's going to turn back to Mrs. Everhtyl, quickly catch her eyes, and just say, thank you, for everything, and I'm really sorry also about everything.
Go, look after Roman. It's the only things I need. We'll be fine.
And
Go.
I'll turn and run.
Running.
Okay, anyone not running?
Haydn is traveling at half speed unless someone carries him, so...
If Roman notices Haydn is struggling, he will bodily pick him up and chuck him over his shoulder and start running. Unless the compulsion will just make him run himself and just keep running. I don't know if that's what it would do.
I mean, he's not escaping.
If he doesn't do it, Zug would do it.
Yeah, I can do it, yeah.
With not much effort.
We
How much does Haydn even weigh? Like 2 kilos?
It's not that small.
A baby.
We need some dramatic
child.
music, DM.
Yeah,
This is way too jaunty for fugitives of
I've
the
got a
state.
track ready to come. but
6
there's
seconds
find out.
Cass will be leading everyone through
Absolutely.
the servants corridors into the kitchens and probably down some stairwells.
Wait,
Yeah.
Cass,
Whatever leads out.
Cass, wait.
Yeah.
I cannot go anywhere without my armor, without my weapons.
You'll have to come back for it later. I'm really sorry, but we do not have time right now.
We cannot defend ourselves without our things.
Yeah, but you can't. Not against that. That's the Aurora Guard. You know what the Aurora Guard is, right?
Can you stop whinging and run?
Ugh.
As you run, having this conversation, just like Kaz, like Ghost, you're a little Ghost. Roman, you were a little bit perturbed, even in this compulsion, at how well Kaz seems to know this way out. Better than you do, actually. The servants' quarters isn't necessarily a place you'd come that often. The rest of you, unsure of why you've left this party, just know that someone yelled something, there was darkness, the room suddenly erupted into chaos, everyone moving around, and Roman is running with a kind of determination that is not exactly normal, not how you've seen him, a little bit possessed. You are sprinting, you are being guided by Kaz. Various through, like servants are running around, there is chaos in every part. Could all of you make a general dexterity check for how quickly you are moving through? I'm aware Haydn is at disadvantage.
Okay.
Wait, so am I being carried?
In which case, no, Hayden, don't make it.
Why am I
Make everybody
rolling
back.
so badly?
18 pour moi.
16 pour moi.
17. We roll good.
Well, that's because you're
Yeah.
carrying me, so, you know.
16 pour moi.
14.
16.1. Okay. So to go around, Rasha, 17.
17, yeah.
Hayden, not rolling. Zug, 16.
16.
16. Roman,
10.
10. Possibly fighting against yourself a little bit. Ascor,
14.
14. And
So I
finally,
have to be
Casadius.
faster than the slowest guy.
18 for Cass.
18. Pretty
It's
quick,
true.
moving through. You hear the sounds of like shouting behind you, like, where are they? Where did they go? And like doors slamming to either side. If anybody wants to cast anything to move quicker, let me know. Otherwise, you're going quickly through this.
Pass without a trace to help us if we, yeah.
Okay, stealth
When we
checks from
switch.
everybody then.
Okay.
Using my Earth Genasi feature.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not wearing armor. I don't have a disadvantage.
I
Oh,
know.
yeah.
It's-
I still rolled a 4.
Oh my
So
God,
I think I can cast
24.
Longstrider on 4 people.
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to hold my chain still to stop them from jangling. That's gonna be in my stealth check.
Okay, I
Okay.
cast Longstrider twice at level 3, which
Okay.
allows us to move 10 feet faster.
Okay, cool.
With a triple
Uh,
disadvantage, I still rolled a 22 on stealth.
Nice.
27
Oh, yeah.
stealth for
Oh, yeah, so yeah,
Rasha.
24.
I mind you, you're
I
plus
rolled- I
10.
rolled a
You're
4,
plusing
it's a
10
plus-
to all of this. Yeah.
Yeah, so in that case, mine's a 14.
14. Go.
21.
Bremen, Ascor.
Is this, sorry, stealth check? is it,
I'm
sorry?
carrying. I'm
Stealth check, yeah.
carrying an elf.
Oh, am I being
Yeah,
carried by
yeah.
Zug?
Why? I don't know. It depended on the ability of Roman. I don't know. I was waiting for a response.
I don't think it matters who carries
So
them.
mine's 21.
21. Okay. Cool.
21.
Mine was a 27, so I'm very invisible right now.
Wow, she's disappearing. Okay. Awesome.
You can just see
As
the tail whipping around corners.
Cool. With the speed you guys moving stuff, you guys are going, like, things fly past. You see pots, pans, food, storage running out of this. The house is bigger than you remember. There's the occasional shout from behind you. A shadow seems to appear and seems to be running in different directions. You see a member of the Aurora Guard appear and vanish before your eyes. You don't hear Essek, but you do hear the sound of the house being searched. You hear the sound of things being overturned. You're kind of being dived by Casadius in different directions. Could Casadius, if you want to make a perception check for me?
Perception, even with my passive being so good.
Yeah, this is not passive.
Sorry. 17.
17. Okay. You are pretty adept at avoiding either traps, not traps necessarily, sorry, but kind of at seeing if there might be something, changing your route, adapting quickly. I'd say based on all those rolls, you guys manage to get what you presume is out the back. Opening the door, you kind of hear the fresh air of sort of hit you, the smells of the city, like the darkness it's actually darker outside. You run into it, your eyes are kind of dark as you begin to adjust ever so slightly. You are now standing at a back entrance, servant's exit to Den Everhtyl. You look around. The guards are kind of, a couple of them are fighting on the battlements. Kind of looking, a couple of like people are beginning to like make their way around the gardens, looking. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Did I have a tunnel that I used to get in here in the first place?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I will turn to the group and just. Long story short, I have a quick way in and out of here. Do you want to just use that? Because I'm not sure the Aurora Guard will have any idea that exists.
You have what?
I'll explain later. It's a quick way out. You want to get out of here or not?
Go!
Okay. He's just gonna start gesturing people to.
Wait. What about our stuff?
We'll get it later. You not right now. Look at the battlements, Haydn. Like, I know you're drunk.
You're being carried.
No, but my
Don't worry, Haydn. I'm here. As the Wand of Orcus materializes in your hand.
What? Okay.
Put it away.
I think it's time. Point me at one of those men.
No.
Now.
No. Hayden's gonna try to attempt to throw it on the ground.
Okay, you can make a wisdom saving throw to try
throw
to
it away because we don't want a random just find it.
Some guy picks it up.
Just some guy called Bob picks it up and is like, oh,
the
great.
groundsman.
Am I doing my wisdom save at disadvantage or triple disadvantage?
Just
drunk?
disadvantage. Triple disadvantage doesn't quite exist. It was just funny for the other thing.
Okay. I rolled a 10 at disadvantage.
You can't throw it. Now roll a wisdom saving throw to not point it at a random member of the Aurora Watch.
No.
7.
You point the wand at a member. The eyes flash green. You all see just the eyes in the skull, light fire exchange from them, and just off in the distance, somebody falls to the ground. And Haydn, you just hear a thank you. I hope it was worth it. And the Aurora Watch, you hear more shouting, more screaming coming on, and
later. Let's go.
You run towards where your thing is. It's a storehouse where you would have kept some stuff, and you kind of been moving hay to the side. Could I get another final stealth check from the party as you're now moving through the grounds?
Yeah, it's
about a trace, so it's plus 10, right?
Yeah. It's an hour.
Oh, cool.
So. 27. Oh, I like this.
Oh yeah, my other one would have been a 37. So this is now a 28.
28.
29.
Okay.
32.
29. Well.
24.
22.
22. Zug.
So what am I rolling?
Stealth with a plus 10.
Another steal. Ooh.
Yeah, my other
Oh,
one
okay.
is
I
37.
rolled 19, so yeah, I'm pretty high.
29. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 20,
Okay.
32.
This time with the distraction of a member of their own, perhaps just falling out of nowhere with only a flash of green to show for it. The Aurora Watch do not seem to spot any of you as you creep your way quickly and stealthily move the grounds, open up this kind of go into the storeroom, move away the hay and barrels kind of hiding it. There's a small hole which probably could comfortably fit 2 people. You kind of start climbing down, crawling your way, and as it gently expands into a larger tunnel, it drops into one of the tunnels that Roman, you would know, and others would do, is kind of carved by the purple worms beneath the city that is generally used for transporting goods, moving troops around. And as you drop down into this open space, it is pitch black. If you don't have dark vision, you cannot see anything. The rest of you, it is dark, it is cold. You've just run from something you don't know, but for the first time in a while, it is quiet.
Cass will lean down and pick up his bag, which has been waiting for him down here, and very quickly swap out at least the outer part of his fancy gear for his leather armor.
Rasha's gonna cast light. He'll just reach up and tap his halo, and the thing will go. Whoom.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
All right. Well, we have a few options
Right.
for safe houses with you guys.
Sorry. All right. You think this
Stock,
is
what just
all
happened?
right?
What has just happened?
What is going on? You clearly know a lot more than you're letting on, sir.
Oh well, just the.
Hey, did you just kill someone?
That's important. I'll let that argument happen for a second. I'm just gonna leave it there and pretend I'm not here.
Also, where did you get that?
Ascor's gonna
Did you have
take
that
off
in
the
your robes the
white
whole time?
glove. And with the white glove, he's gonna like slap Haydn with it and go, "Get a hold of yourself, man!"
But we don't know he was dead. You pointed the wand of Orcus at him and he fell over. Maybe, we have those spells where you hold people. Maybe it was that one.
Can you hear yourself?
I didn't point it. I didn't.
You did what? You just manifested the wand of Orcus
I didn't.
and killed man.
I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to.
Does that make it better somehow?
No.
I didn't know you had it in you.
I don't.
Oh, who's to care? We've killed plenty of people, and with that, Ascor turns.
I haven't killed
Zug.
someone.
In him? That's
And
gross.
does Zug have any weapons on him?
I think he might have a dagger, like at the most.
In that case, Ascor unsheaths his fine rapier and says, "Take damn good care of it," and thrusts it into your hand.
I get stats on this interesting relic that I've just been given.
Roman is just
1d8.
sort of like walking in circles,
Oh,
like
is it a
sort of
martial
like
weapon?
ripping out his hair, just like
Martial
stressing
weapon.
out, like
Anyone need a spare sword? I've got one I can hand out, I guess.
I need.
Yes, Marshall.
Can I try letting go of the wand again?
Yeah, now it will let you drop
Right,
it.
then I can use it.
So Essek Thelyss took us into the dungeon. He learned all this stuff and he used it to. We got off too easy, but it
You
was all
got
him,
off
right?
easy.
Does Roman look like he's about to beat me up?
Roman looks like that
just
up the
walking
world,
around
I
in
think.
circles, like loudly seething, just sort of like, his hand occasionally goes to his sword, like he's gonna pull it out, and like you can see him. It's almost like he's sort of half manifesting echoes around him. Like there's just kind of like glitching, kind of going on. Like he's desperately trying to fight the urge to go back up there and address everything, but he physically can't make himself kind of like move.
Cass is going to step forward with his hands out and just like put his arms outwards in the nice calming way he usually talks to
Probably
you
throws
guys.
his sword and puts it up to Cass's head.
Okay, calm down.
You calm down.
I didn't cause this. I came to warn you guys because I'm
And
a
yet,
generally
and
nice
yet,
person.
here
And
we
yet-
are. What a good warning that you gave us all.
Yeah, I couldn't stop them from coming. I came to get you out of there when they did come. That's the best I can offer you.
And how did you know they were coming?
I have contacts in the city. You hear about things.
Does
But it
not
was-
add up, and I do not trust you.
I mean, you guys tried to mug me, so I'm just going to point out
He
that,
has a point. We did try and mug him.
you know, I am
Yeah, might wanna
kind of...
insight
There is no
Big
plural
figure
in the
here.
mugging.
DM, can
I'm
I?
putting you
Yeah,
guys
on
a
the
big
list, all
favor
right.
here. Your friend Haydn wrote me a letter. I decided to come see how you guys were doing. I heard some things on the way.
Oh,
thought I'd
brilliant!
deal with
So the
situation.
man who owns the wand of Orcus and is freely killing guards with it wrote a love letter to the secret little spy who snuck into my house just at the time Essek Thelyss and fucking Aurora Watch came to kill us, and now I can't even go back to see what's going on because my mother cast a spell on me.
I think you need to calm down just a little bit. Just take a deep breath. I know the air down here is a little bit stagnant, but just deep breath. I have a few options for safe houses we could take ourselves to where we could sit and have this conversation where we're not possibly going to get dropped by some Aurora guards or a wizard. How does that?
To me?
All right, I've got options. Some of them would involve having to go through the city streets. Not sure how safe those are for you guys right now. The shop we went to, the apothecary, I can't guarantee we wouldn't get spotted on the way. Mara is trustworthy. We could count on her not to sell those out. But there's also Asarius's Claw. It's a inn warehouse in Shadowshire. The underground farming area.
And Zug looks quite excited. Actually, I have, and he kind of rifles into his, and he pulls out what appeared to be like in one of his pockets this kind of really like crumpled hat, and he goes, "A disguise."
Oh, that's good. That's a good start.
He looks very pleased with himself.
If we went to Asarius's Claw, we can access most of the city from down there. But I mean, I don't know if the owner would not sell us out. Is the problem? They're kind of fan of their own, not really too big on outsiders.
Shadowshire.
Yeah.
I think we will find friends there.
Not where we're going. There's the Ghostlands, but we'd kind of be at the mercy of nature. And there's one more place. There's a Duragar dwarf who owns a place called Turman's Tinctures. He's a herbalist. He's a nice guy. Runs a front.
Duragar, a nice guy.
Yeah, he's fine.
Sure, I'll fucking laugh.
Look, there's no tunnel there.
I think you're in any position to be judging anybody for being nice. No, you fuck off!
Guys, please. We can have this argument somewhere we're not about to die.
Listen, Cas.
Yes.
I think we should not leave the city too far.
Well, the thing I was going to suggest is Haydn was saying he kind of might need the amulet that I sold. No thanks to someone here, and he just doesn't look at Ascor. Turman's Tinctures is not far from there, but we would have to disguise ourselves to move through the city. So again, that one, he wouldn't sell us out, but that one's not gonna.
It's just that
easy to get to.
It is not just our stuff, it is our livelihoods, our connections to our gods, our ghosts, things that will help us in the future, things that we need to break some of these curses. We cannot leave this place without some of these things.
I mean, I'm not saying we leave them permanently. I'm just saying we leave them temporarily until things have cooled down a tiny bit.
Is there any way to snake them out before they are confiscated by Thelyss, the hand shadow, and his dark hands,
DM, do I have any contacts, as in, like, people who work in or around the house that I could probably ask to try and sneak stuff out for us? Like, any serving staff?
Yeah, absolutely. You would know a couple of people who work there, and you don't know whether or not their stuff will be confiscated or if they know where it is. But you could ask. Yeah.
I mean, I could put feelers out. I know a few people who work in and around the household.
He turns to Roman. Do you trust Belforen implicitly? Because is he likely to get away? I can message him. I can speak with him and beg for him to try and, or if he has anyone free, maybe
I trust my whole family and our extended family in the workforce implicitly, or at least I thought I could before my mother failed me into leaving and dealing with the mess that Thelyss brought upon our household. So, who knows who you can trust these days? Someone might pop out of the woodwork with another cursed artifact and start firing it off and killing everyone around us. With any luck, someone will fucking kill me this time. And put me out of my fucking misery.
If somebody kiss you, Roman, I will definitely bring you back to life.
No,
So
don't do that.
Make
Do
sure you
not
do.
do that.
Asa awkwardly reaches into his sleeve while this argument is happening, pretending he's not there, and just pulls out a pig in a blanket and just starts chewing it while he's
But
waiting.
with some of the silverware, just like on a fork.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, reaches into one sleeve, gets the fork, reaches in with the fork to the other sleeve.
listen, Roman. If there is a name you can name who might be able to get our things out, Ghost Bag, the research, you know we need it. If we're going to fight or even save your brother, some of that stuff we need it.
I think all of that stuff we need, but you know.
Yeah, also we really need our weapons because, you know, I sort of...
That bag fit
Yeah.
a lot of stuff in it. Could you convince him to maybe stuff all your stuff into that one bag? Trying to take one bag out of the house to look a lot
Right.
less
I could
suspicious.
spare my hammer. They are things of the gods, yo. We need them.
Well, if
This
you
is a
could
note.
put-
All of my bag mostly just have tents in it. It's really not that important.
Yeah,
It's
but
just-
I mean, the
it's
one that
just a
fits everything in it that you could just pull that seemed bottomless when I was with you guys. You could just...
it does have a limit, and you can't put the bag that Rasha had, Ghosts, Alenia's old bag in it, because that'll cause a catastrophe that
Okay,
no,
so
you can't do that. But if you bring the two bags separately, it'll be okay.
I think
Cass-
time is important because, you know, if they
It will not be
confiscate
long
things-
before they are investigating everything
Right.
that is left behind. There will be
Right.
nobody in there who is able to put off the Aurora Watch if they indeed are not already obtaining.
Do any of these
everything
names ring a bell with either of you? There's Houndherd, Ellentil, Berglock. No.
Does Roman recognize any of these names?
yeah, I just messaged you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think you messaged me. I'm not sure.
I messaged both.
Okay.
Okay. Berglock works directly under my father, so if anyone would know, it would be him. But Ellentil is a cleaner, so is able to quickly move around the house in the backwards of the servants' corridors, and will be able to pick things up, and would not go amiss back there. Perhaps the two of them working together could bring the things out of the house.
Could you make an illusion of them? I don't think I know them, but I can send to them both, give them the same instructions, and I think
Yeah,
I can cover them both.
Yes, I can. I guess I'd do a minor illusion of both of their faces.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Houndherd is a hobgoblin. Looks quite square set. Quite somber. Even though despite not working out in the sun, he seemingly goes out there occasionally to pick herbs and stuff. Quite seems to be quite old for a hobgoblin. Whereas Lentil is a male drow. Vaguely reminds you of Dan a little bit, although obviously a bit more kind of a bit less scars and looks younger, but kind of green eyes, long hair, similar angular features, brow kind of perpetually furrowed. You're also all still missing Naddan, just as an FYI. Not that he was in there,
Yeah.
but Naddan wasn't in the prison, and you aren't sure where he is.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Rasha, wait.
Oh, yes.
You need to tell them where I hid my bag. Okay, it's if they
It's embarrassing.
if they pull the sheets off the bed and look under the seam at the back, I've cut a hole in the mattress, and that's where it is. You need to explain that to them, otherwise they won't find it.
Good trick. Nice one.
Where am
You
I
can't
to
just
tell
go
them to
around
meet
cutting
us?
holes in people's mattresses.
Yeah, these
Who
really
the
bad
heck are
practice.
you?
But where am I to tell them to meet us? Okay, is there a safe place?
Well, there's I said there's 4, but they've all got downsides. Which one out of those would you prefer? I would say Ghostland's probably not, 'cause it's going to be harder to get back into the city. The apothecary again. We'd have to make our way through the city, but once we're in the Corona district, I don't think we'd stand out. But if you do want to go get that amulet back, which I do know who has it, Determines Tincture or the Ghostlands are our best bet for getting to that pretty easily.
Well, that's the last place anyone's gonna look for us is doing a heist. So
Right.
maybe we just
That's really what's on your mind right now? Going to thieve things?
We do need to escape.
No, I think what I will do is wander straight up to the dungeons of Pettis myself, take my sword out, and slit Essek Thelyss's little weedy throat myself.
come on now,
for
that's
you.
really-
He's not in the dungeon
it's really
chest right
bad
now.
idea.
He's in your
Hey,
house.
Cobbles?
it's a plan. I mean,
It's
I
a-
don't know
it's
if it's
not a
necessarily
good
the smartest plan, but it is a plan.
The thing is, though, I think, he has put this death curse on Haydn, and we have 30 days, 29 days soon to fix this, and if I cannot fix it, then we'll need Essek Thelyss alive to remove it, right? So...
Well, you could always bring him back to life, I suppose.
I
after
think
I've split his
Oh, that
throat.
is true. We could kill him, and then I could resurrect him. That is very true.
Roman, I think Hayden's plan was if he gets hold of the Amulet of Planes, he can sort out whatever's wrong with the box that Essek wants, and then he can give it to him, and he'll
Why
just
not
take the
just
spell
give
off.
him his stupid box and let him figure it out for himself? Why do you care to fix it for him?
Not that it was broken, it's that I can't deliver it to him in the current state it's in.
I mean, he has just called us enemies of the state, so I think that is more of a problem than the state of his box, no?
Yeah.
I
think
think we
that's,
should open it. When we find out what's inside, maybe we can blackmail him.
But guys, the box aside, the really important thing, where are we going so I
Also
can
a
send these
plan.
messages before we lose the opportunity?
Okay, I'm voting out the Ghostlands because I don't think we want to go back into the barbed fields.
Should we just say this Tincture's place?
It's going to be the hardest one to
The-
get to
the
with the highest
Tinky
risk. It's going to be the highest risk of being caught trying to get there, but once we're there, it's pretty safe.
What about this Asarias place? Claw, Asarias is...
I can't guarantee that Sabindia would, not sell us out, but I mean, it'd be a good place to go with access everywhere. There's tunnels leading pretty much all over the city from around the area.
If you're ready to run once we are there, it is all right.
Yeah, and I can charm pretty much anyone for at least a little while.
Maybe that.
Convince them you're not who they think you are. I mean, we could, if most of you disguise yourselves.
You're being very open about the fact that you're happy to deceive people that you've just met in various ways.
You mean deceive 4 people I've just met, because I've met all these other people quite a few times.
Yeah, I think...
What I am suggesting is who's to say you're not here to deceive us?
I don't
would you
know
do
why,
that?
but
That's a fair point, but I'm not, if that helps at all.
That does not help.
in the same way, Roman, I think you are a good person. I think probably we can trust this Cas. I don't know. There is something...
Thank you, Rasha. That means a lot to me. But all I'm asking for in return, if I help you guys with this, help you get the amulet back, is that you guys just owe me a little favor. If I need it. You might not even need it.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. Okay, Asarias is 4. Is that the one?
Roma, what's
It's
the
just a favor. What's the worst it could be?
Might not even need to happen. It's an insurance thing for me.
I have many questions, and if you refuse to answer them here, then let us get to where we're going.
All right, votes in. Who's up for going to the apothecary in the Corona district? Say aye.
Why don't you just
Bleh.
decide for us?
Zarius's claw will be okay. I think if most of you are disguised, I could say you're probably a new crew I've picked up for a job. How many of you can disguise yourselves?
Do I can?
Oh, I can.
Me.
I can make your friend invisible. I'm assuming is Aku here.
We left
That's
Aku behind.
really-
Sorry, Sai.
I'm still in bed. Yeah.
What of your Lorth friend? Where has he gone?
Where is Naddan? I will scry. I can send him a message. I will tell him to meet us at this place as well. He's really sneaky, so...
Don't
He
waste
did not
too
go
much
to the
of your
dungeons.
magic. This
Hayden,
guy's
Yeah,
clever, and he can find us if he needs to.
Hayden, could you roll a D100 dice for me?
Yeah, I must I will send these messages and get this going, yeah, if we are going to this place.
Yeah, we'll go with the Shadowlands. That sounds good.
Yeah, Sarias is...
Shadow, sorry. Shadow.
4.
Okay. He's gonna cast sending
Okay.
to both of them. The contents of the message shall be Roman Everhtyl requests the bags, armor, and weapons from his companions' quarters and inside their mattresses. trace the objects in the bags come Casadius's claw.
Tell them you have a contact waiting there. Don't give them the impression that it's you guys waiting.
Tell them that you can't put the bags in each other.
Oh, he frowns and like little beads of sweat appear on his forehead. He's like, this is so much magic. Okay, a second follow up. Don't put bags in bags. Be very sneaky. Look after yourselves. We have a contact.
Okay.
We will
As a
reward
response-
you. Thank you.
They've taken us in to custody. If we are released, I will try to do what you say. That is from that's from Baglock the Groundsman. And then so on the second one is I think I know what you're describing. If at least I will try my best. I hope Master Romen is well.
I guess that comes through while he's doing the second one. No, I don't know. Yeah, Roman is really good. He's just a bit grumpy as he finishes the message. But yeah, the second one was don't put the bags in the bags and like be sneaky, look after yourself, contact.
Suspect anger is an appropriate response for the current situation. And Valenta says, well, I hope that I'm glad he is at least grumpy than dead.
Sure, trails off.
Rasha, tell him to bring the Galdari clothing and also the Kulshuri perfume as well. There's not much of that stuff made out.
Rasha, don't bother doing that. He's gonna smell like farm no matter what we do at this point.
I am not going to
Also,
do
did
any
you
of these
spill
things.
milk
Remember,
on
I assume
yourself?
at some point someone has broadly explained what has happened to Zug, Haydn, and Ascor, who didn't hear the message.
We've been going like we are enemies of the state.
We're just standing. I mean, to be fair, Zug hasn't understood anything that's happened in ages. So.
Yeah, we'll have explained it.
Hayden's just been low-key having a panic attack while sitting on the floor for
Okay,
most of this
just to clear
conversation.
things up, the place we're going, you're gonna need to disguise yourselves as Drow because it's not common that you get people who aren't Drow down there.
Shadowshire.
Yeah.
That is where my people are. You know, they are going there.
So we've got friends down
So-
there.
Yes.
Good to know. Anything you can add to the table? It's very useful at this point, Rasha. Thank you.
I cannot disguise myself. And you know, I'm really. He looks down at himself. Well, at least I am wearing all of our diamonds. So if we lose everything, then I do have 12,000 gold worth of gems on me. So
I can make you invisible when we get closer if you want.
yeah, I'm really expensive
Rasha
right
is
now. So.
twinkling in the dark with the halo.
He is the most expensive man right now. It's like gentle twinkles with literally 12,000 gold worth of diamonds and other gems on him, and
Make you
It's
look invisible
outrageous.
before we get there. It's fine.
yeah, okay. Well, the good news is, well, it's not really good for the groundsman, Roman. They have taken him, but your cleaning man, he said he will try, and he thinks he knows.
They will take them all eventually, sooner or later, and interrogate them for whatever. The sooner we get there, the sooner you, and he points at Cass, could give me some answers as to what on earth is going on here. So let's go!
I am an open book. It's all fine. Let's just take a deep breath and start walking. Cass starts jauntily sauntering down the tunnel.
Absolutely.
You hear the
And
jingle of
before-
the silverware in his sleeve.
Before anyone splits off, Ascor says one thing. Let me know if you see that ambassador anywhere on the way. I'd quite like to bump into him.
Oh, the other human.
Gonna get
That's
Aku on his
right.
ass.
He's an ambassador. He knows what's going on, I think. He's a threat. He knows too much.
We need to take him out. I mean, maybe Haydn can just kill him or something.
No!
I mean, it is a useful skill.
No!
Are you planning on carrying that with you the whole way there?
I mean, it's worked fine for us so far.
Jamie, is there anything
Yes.
in this like room that we're in, like old
You're in a tunnel.
like sacks or cloth or?
As while walking, you'll occasionally see like scraps of cloth or like materials or stuff that would have been used, or as you're walking through, stuff that would have fallen off wagons or stuff, presumably.
Haydn will have gotten a scrap of cloth at one point and just like bundled the wand of Orcus like into like kind of like a little fabric sausage. And
Are you not proud, Haydn?
Shut the fuck
Hey,
up!
sausage?
Just shut up! Just shut up for once in your fucking
Why don't you
unlife.
tell Zug what the consequences of that were?
No. Sorry. And kind of turns back to the rest of the group and
Normally it is Roman who is really angry, so... Haydn, what happened with that wand?
So close to his skull. Days travel.
let's just go. We don't have time to talk now.
Here, if you want more negotiations, Haydn.
Right, but Haydn, you have to tell us what is happening. That was not you. And I know you have been drinking a lot of this bubble thing, but Rasha reads the mood. Let's talk later.
Yeah. Let's talk later.
So, as you guys are walking through the tunnels, there are little branches off that kind of climb between these larger, obviously excavated for a purpose, reasons. As you know, those Roman will know purple worms are kind of burrowing beneath the city, but the rest of you just, it's very well built, well structured tunnels and a couple of tracks clearly reading through them. You guys travel for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Let me know if you want to chat to each other. If not, you'll go in one of these. You guys seem to be going quite deep underground, and it gets getting colder again. As you guys in the Underdark will remember, it gets pretty freezing down here. But there's a tunnel that kind of keeps
bundles up because he's tiefling, so he likes
yeah. Yes.
Longstrider, Lauren, you casted that earlier, right? Who did you cast it
Yes.
on?
Everyone.
Oh, it's multiple. There's 6 people. 7 people.
I
you
can
cast
cast it on to 4 people at once, but I used the different spell levels to get it up to 6 people.
Oh, awesome, cool. So, but because it's casted on everyone, Haydn will still be 15 feet movement.
But whatever it is, it's
slower.
plus 10 foot.
Yeah, so I think you guys will all be traveling at roughly 40 foot per round, but Haydn will still be only about 25 foot per round.
Zug can probably carry him, right?
Yeah.
Carrying.
So yeah, you guys will notice that Haydn is like dragging behind when you guys start walking again, and will probably need carrying in order to stay up to speed with everyone.
That's a problem. Big guy, can you lift him?
Yeah, I can lift him.
Good job.
Wait, you're talking to me, right?
Yeah, you.
What? I thought
He's
you were
got-
talking
yeah.
to me.
Yeah, there are the bigger guys. You just have
Yeah,
to
but I mean big in the terms of like.
So I don't understand. Do you mean him or do you mean me?
I never mean you.
Good.
Why do you smell like off milk? Just wondering. It smells like maybe you started to go off in the heat outside a little bit.
I spilled my drink. It's quite sad, really. I really liked that drink.
Passful, like pull his loot off his back, and he was down with his backpack and started playing a sad little song on it.
And then Askel's gonna trail off like, ever since I was a little boy, milk was the only thing that made me truly happy. And
Right. On that charming note, I'm aware that it's 20 to 11. I'm aware a lot has also happened. Do you guys want to... Either we can end the session, or we can go a little bit later, but if you guys wanted to have a 5-minute break, I thought I'd just canvass opinions. It's up to all of you.
D&D.
I can keep playing.
D&D. Let's at least get set up in the safe house.
You know what I'm saying?
There was a battle map if you guys decided to stick around or Cass hadn't managed to herd you all into place.
Oh, can we have a boss fight against Essek Thelyss?
You may well
Not
indeed.
without weapons and armor.
Without any weapons. Or
Not
any,
without weapons and armor.
So, Erin, okay to go maybe. So if you guys want to go to 11:30, and then if that's everyone's happy with that, Haydn, you okay?
Yes.
Sorry. Zog, you okay?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, cool. So should we have a 5-minute break? Come back at like 6 or 7 to bathroom break and everything. But everybody, hope you stick around. Hope you've watched the absolute mess that has been caused, and the group can go to Osiris's Claw, see what happens there, see who they're meeting, and of course, giving some time you guys to digest it. Because I imagine the energy might be slightly different on Tuesday next week. All right, cool. See you guys in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Bye.
Just love me harder, have no mercy on me, just tell me louder. If you're loving me, just love me harder, have no mercy on me, tell me louder. If you're loving me, can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Take it from me, I've learned my lesson. She gave everything, she was such a blessing, but from day to day, she would change her ways. Give me her love, then she'd take it away, take it away, take it away. Just like the Reaper, thought she was the one for me, turned out she was a sleeper. Sleeping on me in this game of love, I was too blind to see it'll never be enough. So good is never good enough for her. She won't stay for long while she's bringing you down, but she'll suck you right in with what she's doing. You'll want her somehow in her final bow. Like an elevator, elevator. She'll take you up and bring it down, down, down. She's like an elevator, elevator. She'll take you up and bring it down, down. Just like an elevator. No, she's not like you and I. So don't be fooled by those pretty eyes, pretty eyes, pretty eyes. Nothing behind them, nothing but cold, cold, cold winning nights. Freezing on me in this game of love. I was too blind to see it'll never be enough for her. Never, 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 never enough for her. She's like an elevator, elevator. She'll take you up and bring it down, down, down. She's
from me, I've learned my lesson. She gave everything, she was such a blessing. But from day to day, she'll change her ways. Give me her love, then she take it away. Take it from me, I've learned my lesson. She gave everything, she was such a blessing. But from day to day, she'll change her ways. Give me her love, then she take it away, take it away, take it away. Just like the Reaper, thought she was the one for me, turned out she was a sleeper. Sleeping on me in this game of love. I was too blind to see it'll never be enough. So good is never good enough for her. She won't stay for long while she's bringing you down, but she'll suck you right in with what she's doing. You'll want her somehow in her final bow like an elevator.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Obviously, we took a second short break. The party, having been to the event, Elenia's funeral, kind of, or at least remembrance, celebration of everyone coming back, talked, schmused, found out a little bit about themselves, what was happening back at home, as well as chatted about their plans before it was so rudely interrupted by the invasion of Essek Thelyss and the Aurora Watch, who had come to arrest Den Everhtyl for harboring fugitives of the state, aiding political prisoners, and not confiscating illegal research. Having the party told Essek everything in the previous session, he chose to use the information this way. Party, with some help from a Casadius who knew a little bit more than perhaps everyone else did about what was about to happen, let you run you out through the servants' quarters, knowing a bit too much of Den Everhtyl's layout, and then down into the tunnels beneath Rashana, used for transport, traveling goods, and you are now traveling deep beneath the ground and then slightly back up again on a much smaller tunnel that keeps narrowing until the largest of you, which I think is Rasha, probably struggles a little bit to keep through it. It's definitely made for skinnier Drow than perhaps Rasha's bulky form, and I imagine Zug with the shoulders probably struggles a little bit as well. However, you are now moving slowly through this, and up at the top, Casadius leading the way. There's, thankfully, it's always a little bit difficult down here. Make sure you know you're going on the right tunnel. There is a large kind of wooden swing door, kind of right directly above you. As you kind of lean up and give the triple knocks for, kind of swings opening, revealing a cellar above. And as you kind of stick your head through, you can see, it's the wine cellar beneath the Osiris' claw. And like looming above you is, to you at least, and to the party kind of behind you, is the familiar face of Sabindia, the proprietor of this thing. To the rest of you, as you kind of emerge out, you can kind of smell, there's a very earthy, musty smell down here. There's alcohol, but also kind of a lot of the kind of large box of seeds and fertilizer and crops are seemingly kept under here. Looking through at your patron, who's looking after you, Sabindia, most Drow men you see, and most Drow women as well, if they could be called attractive, they're probably called beautiful. Sabindia is probably best described as handsome. Her arms are pretty toned and sinewy. She's quite short for a Drow. Hair kind of curled back into a bun. Arms and hands seem quite rough. Dressed in a fairly simple garb. For the rest of them, no kind of hood covering anything or anything of the fashion. It's all very punctual, and very. She looks as if she and Zug might do pretty well in a lifting competition together. Like eyes very dead set, serious, kind of looks at you, Casadius.
Can I just confirm before we start?
Yes.
We disguised.
Has Cass would have made sure before we started climbing up to the door that everyone is disguised or hidden, so he'll have either
Yes, absolutely. Sorry.
cast invisibility on Rasha, I guess.
I also wanted to say, while we were walking, I probably would have sent a message to Naddan telling him where we were going. So I'll mark the spell slots off. But yeah.
And I'm assuming everyone else is disguised in some way.
Yeah, Zug's
as well.
using his hat of disguise. But he just looks like a kind of regular drow. In fact, he looks quite similar to one who may have passed, except for the fact that he's still wearing the hat. Like he's just a drow in like a wizard hat.
Ascor and Aku.
Well, Ascor says, "Well, it shouldn't be a problem." He takes his hat down for a moment. You see, he sort of crumples it and folds it in, puts it on his head, and disguise self. Hat of disguise turns into fucking nondescript looking drow, man. Like your regular average drow.
I suppose I was asking more, what is your solution for Aku?
Invisible, is that?
I can only cast it on one person because it's concentration.
That's all we need, right?
I was going to
it's on
cast it on Rasha, unless we think we can get away with Rasha as is.
It's Shadowshire, right?
Wearing 12,000 gold worth of diamonds, but you know.
Cass
Well, Roman's not.
Cass will take off his outer jacket, like the kimono thing. Listen to the jangle in it and pause for a second, like, take some of the silverware out, put it in his bag, take some of the hors d'oeuvres out, and there's like 20 hors d'oeuvres in that sleeve, and he puts them in the bag.
Are you gonna eat those?
I'm a hungry growing guy, so I mean you can have a few if you want, go nuts. And then he's gonna turn around and just put it over Rasha, and then just kind of like use the kimono sleeves to tie around the middle to kind of like tighten it so that it covers everything and doesn't hang open and show things off. Not that you don't look absolutely fantastic, just that
I do.
You look great. We don't want these people to know how great you look, though, because they might try and steal from us. So,
although Roman obviously is a drow, but he's dressed in kind of dynasty-esque finery, not like diamonds or anything, but military-ish kind of.
You'll probably do. Just
I will do.
Have you got any family symbols on you currently that you could just maybe remove for now, just in case?
He probably has like a thing on his belt that he just kind of takes off and puts in a pocket.
Good call. All right. And yeah, we'll have done that before we went up, so we can go back to...
So we're invising Aku?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, there's no response to the sending to Naddan.
Dan's finally got rid of us.
Oh no.
He hates us, guys.
So you kind of climb up. You climb up, and Savinda kind of folds her arms. Well, where are you running from this time?
We're not running from anyone, Savinda. What would make you ever think that I was running from a person?
Looks at you, kind of winks. Zahav and gives you a hug. She feels the jangle.
I'm not in them anymore. The jangle is now in the rucksack, which would probably still jangle a bit on his back.
A bit.
He's like half in his finery, so he's like just a slight, mostly open shirt now with thigh-high boots and stuff.
Dressed like that? I'm sure.
Oh yeah. We're actually on our way to a job at the moment. I was wondering if you'd be able to put us up. There seems to be something going on in the city in the upper districts. We thought we'd be best avoiding it so our job didn't get too interrupted.
Oh, I've heard. Big power play by one of the houses. Lots to clean up, I'm sure.
Yeah, it sounded from where we were standing like it was pretty messy, and we didn't want to get caught up in all the strife and struggle, you know?
Can't imagine wanting to. So those of you, that's the normal fee times by about one. So how many other of you? 1, 2, 6, 7. Times by about 7.
How much is that?
Invisible. Oh wait, is this a Durgar?
No. This is the Drow. So there's Aku's invisible. The rest of you, so there's 6. So it's not. It's about 10 gold pieces per night or time. So she's asking for 60.
Cass will go like 1 second, and he's gonna reach into his bag, pull out the however much money he pulled out of fancy man.
yeah, way more than 60.
How much more?
Probably more like 300.
He's gonna take out 120.
Oh, nice.
And he's gonna pass it over to her and just like put his hand over hers when she goes take it and just. I'd like you to promise some serious discretion. I've got a big buyer for the job I'm doing right now, and I really don't want to risk it messing up.
absolutely make a persuasion check with advantage for the extra rolls.
With
Ooh.
advantage.
Advantage.
Yeah,
Hell-
baby.
That's words I always want to hear.
Cass does not need
yeah.
advantage.
You don't need a good
With
charisma score if
advantage.
you got a big purse.
That is 29.
Oh.
29.
I love his
Ooh.
personality.
Yeah. He kind of like clicks her tongue, puts it to the side, looks down at the gold, looks back at you. All right. Big deal.
Big deal.
Do you need any crew? Anyone? Any equipment?
Equipment we might be in need of. It depends if our we have a friend bringing us some stuff we had to leave behind at our safe house on the upper area. If they don't make it, we might have to borrow a little bit of equipment from you, if that's fine. Since I know I'm one of your favorite people in the whole wide world, of course you'll be happy to lend it to us at a friendly fee, I imagine.
You pay on time. That makes you one of my favorites.
Oh yes.
Anyway, I'll take you to your rooms. The rest of you, lights off, pretty quick, sharpish, blinds drawn. Any of my men see you around? Don't worry too much. And as you kind of walk through, you see that like the people upstairs are all kind of wearing quite rough gear, lots of like cloth and leather. It looks muddy. Some of them even like lent tools up against the side of the inn as you go upstairs. And there's kind of like it's basically you can see this party where people are sitting and drinking, and there's a bar, but like there are doors adjoining it that you can see like large stacks of seeds or grain or whatever, and like barrels. And presumably this is some kind of warehouse as well as an inn. And she takes you up a flight of stairs, and there are some rooms in there. The rooms here are quite large, quite well lit, and can be locked from the inside only. And as you're kind of walking through, sorry, what room?
Sorry, I was just being facetious.
No,
Carry on.
And as she kind of looks away, goes like, "Well, no, why you lose us or use us? You can get anywhere from here. Where are you going?"
I mean, do you
Oh,
really
it's
want
fine. You don't need to say.
I would just say it's a job in a area that this place definitely gives us access to. And he knows he's being 100% vague in that because this area gives us access to
Yeah.
literally everyone.
Mm. How did it go with the last one, Viserys?
Let me double check. Sorry, was that where I came
Even
came
the
back?
box, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that went absolutely great. Got a fair amount of coin for that one.
You know, I had a couple of people asking after you.
Oh, you did now. Who was asking after me? I mean, I know my reputation precedes me, but
A couple of vaguely official types, but they
vaguely
didn't
official.
pay. Yeah, the type who, decide to take off their uniform, but you can tell.
Oh yeah. Do you have any idea if they were maybe working for anyone in particular, or?
They didn't say, but like I said, they didn't pay me.
Well, they don't know the quickest way to your heart, then, do they?
Not everyone does.
He winks so.
Kind of lets you in and motions in and goes, "Try to keep it down."
I'm not a noisy
Sure thing.
patron.
Not normally. Well, I'll be downstairs. Let me know when you're leaving. Let me know a list of stuff you need, and I'll get you some prizes.
Thank you. He'll like
Cool.
wait at the door for her to go and give her a little bow and then close it and then lock
Yep.
it immediately.
Yeah. So you can all take a sigh, breathe. You look around. There aren't actually beds here. Like everything is either cupboards, or like other types of like drawers or storage. There is one window that is big enough for any of you to fit through it if needed. However, there's blinds to kind of cross over it. And looking down, the floor here is actually entirely carpeted and is like vaguely muffled when you walk. Like someone could walk along this floor and you wouldn't hear it. Most of you, even if you were in the room.
What kind of vibe did I get from that lady? Was it like we can trust this person not to sell us out, or?
You can make an insight check.
I haven't got high insight, and I'm pretty sure that I didn't get that.
Okay, that's an 11 plus 9, 20.
So you absolutely got the vibe that if push came to shove, she's not about to die for you. Based on the roll and what Casadius did, the likelihood of being sold out is much lower than it would be. It's just that's not somebody to be trusted for a long time.
Yeah, okay, cool.
There's a reason Cas greased palms pretty quickly.
Especially that they didn't pay me enough is the only reason Cas wasn't told necessarily where the other ones were.
So how long do you think we have here, Cas?
Overnight I think will do. I mean, she's been nice enough to offer us some equipment if you need it, and we can't get a hold of yours, but I think any more than one night and we're pushing it.
Right.
You guys look like you probably need a rest.
Hawk first, rest later.
I wasn't trying to avoid it, but good point. Is there anywhere to sit in this room? He's just gonna look around.
Yeah, a couple of benches.
Any beds?
Nope, no beds.
Ugh,
A couple of benches. And a couple of chairs.
That's fair. Cas will walk over to a chair and his tail's going to whip out, wrap around it, pull it close up behind him, and he's going to sit down and then cross his ankle over his knee and just... Alright, you want to talk? We can talk. Everyone take a seat, please.
Roman doesn't sit down, he just crosses his arms.
Rasha sits down and looks like, you know, when you've been out at a con the whole day and you're wearing a hella spangly cosplay and you don't even have the energy to take it off. Yeah, he's kind of just sat there looking out of place and sparkly.
Haydn Cas will hold out his backpack with hors d'oeuvres.
He asks a simple question. He goes, well, what are we doing here? Once we get our stuff back, what reason do we have to be in this part of the world anymore?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one, the whole wand-off cucumber. Well, maybe it is just that, but Roman, your family, do they need saving?
I don't know. He looks at Cas. Do they?
I'd suggest they're mainly looking for you. If your problem was that you guys got arrested by Mr. Thelyss. So I would say your family will probably be released once that mess is dealt with. I don't think they'll be harmed in any way. That'll look pretty bad on the public.
None of this makes any sense. He let us all go.
Really
If he wanted to keep us there, he could have.
It is such vague things he accused us of, right?
You heard what Sabinidia said, right? It was a power move. You get that, right?
Which maybe means his family does need saving, no?
I don't know what kind of power move they're even planning on making. Nothing would change. They don't even move in the same circles.
I heard when I was asking around and decided to come crash the party, as it were, that Essek seems to think he's got hold of some information that might elevate his house above the others' dens. Which I'm assuming is yours in particular. Did anything come up while you guys were in prison that you can think might, you know, if he released the information at a public event, might cause a bit of a stir?
Not that I could think of.
Does it seem like it matters now? I mean, after all this, perhaps he's leveraged that information. Perhaps it was this.
Seems like he already has, and once again, I've made myself the fool in this situation in thinking that he would put the dynasty and the well-being of all the citizens here ahead of his own personal goals. I see in 10 years, nothing has changed.
I'm assuming that means you maybe told him something that you thought was in confidence?
Roman will walk over to a wardrobe and start hacking at it with his sword.
Okie dokie. Cas is gonna like run over and just like put his hands up and try and
No, he's just trying
Okay,
to...
we're gonna stop that now, or I'm gonna have to make you stop, and I really don't want to have to do that right now.
Not stopping.
Rasha just says, "Oh no, it's fine. Let him break the thing. I will fix the thing afterwards."
I mean, it's mainly the noise. We're really meant to keep this down.
Exactly, the
Cass
noise.
is-
If we get
Yeah,
found out here.
Cass is gonna grab onto him and be like, "We need to keep quiet here, buddy."
It doesn't stop.
Cass is gonna grapple him.
Okay.
What is that roll for? Sorry, I'm bad. I don't grapple much.
Your
athletics.
athletics. Yeah.
Is anyone assisting me in grappling him?
Stop ganging up on me!
Hayden's just
No.
sitting on the ground.
That's a 24.
Fuck me! 21! Why am I rolling so shitty?
Ooh, you're getting a Cass hug.
How tall is Roman?
It's like when I grappled you.
How tall is Roman?
Like 6'2".
Yeah, so just ever so slightly taller than you, just comes up behind you and tail gets around the wrist that has the sword and yanks it back, and then Cass just puts his hand under your armpits and begins just pulling you away from the cupboard. Just deep breaths, come on, no hacking at the nice stuff. Rasha, would you mind just fixing that for me, just please? Just
Boomer rage.
Yeah, I think I'll make it a bit nicer. And he casts mending and fastidiously restores the cupboard and probably adds in a few little extra details and maybe like shifts around the hinges so they have a little bit more sheen to them. And it kind of looks like, you know, when somebody's like stress crafting, it's like a crafting project that he's just sort of like listening and nodding and gluing things together, contributing in conversation.
He's so cute.
Yeah,
Roman.
so after that being repaired and Roman being held a little bit by a top initiative to get Casadius' tail.
all right.
Talking about-
Sometimes you trust the wrong people with information that you think will do them a favor or do a lot of people a favor, and it turns out you trusted the wrong person. It doesn't mean it was a bad decision, it just means the other person's an asshole.
A lot of innocent people seem to be being interrogated right now, including my parents.
Yeah, but
And the
worst
reputation of my whole den is at stake here. And we're on the run. And we have to trust people. I say we. I have to trust people like you. Who even are you?
Casadius, we've met before.
I know we've met before.
Look, your parents are being interrogated, questioned. That's the worst they're gonna have happen to them at this point.
No, you
I
don't
mean, the
know.
worst that could happen would be torture, I guess.
No, they're too high up in the echelon. Until he's got solid proof, which he needs Roman to get, really. He can't do anything because publicly it would be a shame on his family, surely.
What is it do you think he thinks he knows? Is it Ghost? Is it the Kyphon? Is it...
I'm assuming he's, from what you've said, using this to, I don't know, assume some sort of power move in that my family is involved in what Elenia was studying, but they know what he was studying. They funded his research.
Is it the cucumber?
The cucumber?
Well, he seemed to know that we had a evil artifact and that it was like a skull on top and all that, but he did not know what it was. I did not get the sense. Remember, I asked him if he knew what it was, and he was, no. So,
He knew.
really. So maybe it is the cucumber, maybe it is just Elenia, maybe it is both.
Well, then that's good because it's with us here, right? So they've got no evidence at the house, so they've got no leg to
Apart
stand
from
on.
That
one
kind of sits down
member of
crosses,
the Aurora Watch, dead on sight.
Yeah, but
sits down
also,
and crosses his legs and he goes, "Well, Hayden, it looks like we're gonna have to sell you out. That's pretty unlucky. You have his box and maybe he wants the wand as well, so, you know,
Well,
looks
I
like we're out of options."
I don't have the box right now because that is back
Oh.
in my room.
Well, in that case, we don't have to sell you out. I guess you're lucky then.
I wouldn't really call that lucky.
I like
to be
this guy, he's
perfectly
funny.
honest.
Hayden. I mean, the the spell, the wand. Could you explain this a little bit because it looks pretty bad.
Guys, you guys remember when you were fighting Ghost? It got really bad. Rasha, I think you had been swallowed by a creature. Aku had jumped in after you. As far as I knew, both of you were dead. Ascor was just totally just out of it. You know what he was like, and I had been in and out of consciousness multiple times, and I had no idea where Naddan was, and as far as I could tell, we were all about to die. And the wand offered me a deal that if I made an agreement with it, it would bring Zug back from wherever he was. And I thought, well, I either just accept death right now, because it was inevitable at that point, or I make this deal and I bring Zug back, and maybe Zug can help us get out of this mess. So I did it, and Zug came back, and well, we're all alive now, so...
Did you not tell us this earlier?
I really know what to say. What was I meant to say? Hey guys, I'm gonna be killing someone soon. Keep your eyes peeled for a front row seat. Like...
But I can be ready for that, Haydn. It is actually sort of, I can just sort of pop people back up. We could have just, I don't know, picked a person in a corner and then I fix him and then we say, oh, go home.
It didn't work like that. When I made the deal, I thought I could use it to kill ghosts. I thought, this is a victimless crime because he's not Ghost anymore and he's about to kill us all. So I thought I'll make the agreement and I'll save us, and then it didn't work, and I thought maybe I wouldn't have to do it, or maybe I'd have some control over it, but when we were running then, it was just suddenly, it was in my hand. I didn't have with me, it was in my bag, and suddenly it was in my hand, and I couldn't let go of it. I tried dropping it, and it just lifted and killed that guard.
Well, Haydn, if you'd not made this deal, we would all be dead. It is true, I think.
I mean, I technically wouldn't be.
Okay, well, most of us would be dead. You might have been dead.
Well, I was just eating grapes, actually.
Yeah, in the windy
But thank you,
place.
nonetheless, for bringing us back.
The
Yeah,
windy
exactly.
place is awful. You might have died in the windy place.
I could have died. That would have been pretty upsetting.
Right. Haydn, I don't think you were wrong to make this deal. I don't think there was a choice. I cannot say I would not have done. But not telling us, Haydn. That is...
What could you have done if I had told you? He died, and we were all running away. It wasn't like you were gonna go stop and run over and get him back up again. Like, and we don't even know if it works like that. Like, we don't know how this wand works. Maybe once you're dead, you're actually dead. There is no coming back from that.
But it's like with Ghost, knowing is better, We were so upset about his last-minute ritual plan because we did not have time to prepare. At least we could have known what was coming. I'm not telling you off, But, listen. You hit a guard. They will bring him back, no? Yeah. They will
If
bring
they
him.
can.
Well, if it's any consolation, people die all the time.
Absolutely.
Around you, apparently.
We've had to kill many
Yes.
people in our time as well. And I mean it, we had to.
No, I've never.
Maybe,
This is.
I don't know,
This is the first time I've.
First time you've ever killed anyone?
Yeah.
Huh.
I could try
What are
to
you-
scry. I don't know. I'm.
Don't you live a privileged little life?
I mean,
How about it? Cass, have you killed someone?
Probably a good few times, actually. I don't really keep count at this point.
Yeah, we've all killed people here. That happens.
And I'm
I wouldn't
sorry
feel
to
so bad
say,
about
but we're probably going to kill somebody again.
you guys be okay with that?
It's
Well,
really
you know.
natural. It is sort
If
of.
it's not them, it's me. So it's
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Necessity.
I've got stuff I need to be around for. I'm not gonna risk that.
If you're worried, Hayden, I could scry on this corpse, this body, and see if
not
they've cleaned it up.
Scry. Do not scry on that. And
Oh,
if you are able to get through the shields on the den, they will certainly be aware of magic being used to witness this situation.
all right. There is another thing. I tried to tell Naddan where we were, but he did not reply. I assume he is just being somewhere quiet, but
A little spider returned to his dark little hole. What a surprise.
he's not.
Hey,
He's not a
don't be
spider,
racist.
Roman. He wants to be helped.
We might be
Help
murderers,
himself,
party,
more
but we're
like
not
it.
Racists.
He, I don't know.
I'd refer to myself more as bigoted than racist, but you have it your way.
I don't understand that word.
Okay, boomer.
He wants our help, and I feel responsible for him. It is us that tied him up and killed his friends and told him he was coming with us rather than, killing him, so...
You kidnapped him
Sort of, yeah, we
and
did
brought
kidnap
him here, the place where he's probably more loathed than anywhere on this whole planet.
Well, we kidnapped him, and then we went to the Underdark to a Mind Flayer colony to free it from Orcus. And then we did all that together, and by the end of it, we were just really good friends. We saved his village as well, and then we missed him, so we brought him with us to Rosanna,
Did you ever once think to ask him whether he wanted to come?
I think we
No, I
did.
don't think we actually did.
Well, I assume he would
Look,
have
he's a free
not
agent.
like
He
that.
can come if he wants to or not.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So, well, I will maybe try to speak to him again soon. If he does not
Wait a
come, but I'm
second.
sure he will.
Rasha, I'm worried. We've
Why?
not seen Naddan. What if this was him?
He would not sell us out, and what does he know that we did not tell Essek Thelyss?
Maybe he was
By the
captured.
time he got to me, he knew everything. He was not captured, he ran away.
Well, I don't know. Just be wary and cautious.
Trust him. And I keep trusting people, so I guess I should stop that, but...
Well,
just
just
don't
don't
seem
tell
to
him
run.
exactly where we are. Maybe a meeting point or something where... I don't know, but just not... We're here,
I already did that.
You did say it was a contact, not you necessarily, right?
Who Naddan?
Yeah.
I just told him the place. I mean, he knows it is me. It is my voice saying, "Hello, Naddan."
Well, fuck. Okay.
But I trust him. He is a good...
And did he reply, Rasha?
No, and you know why people do not reply? It is because they are dead or because they are asleep, but he doesn't really sleep
Because they
Well,
don't
he's-
want to reply to you because they are busy telling someone else where you are. Probably.
But he has no information to sell to Essek Thelyss, and why would
I mean,
Essek
now he
Thelyss-
does because you've told him where you are.
But Essek would hate. He is like the same. He is a bigoted, and he points at Roman the same way. Essek Thelyss would spider people too, right? So
He's a
Essek
bigot.
Thelyss cares not for anyone but himself. Roman just spits on the floor.
Not on the nut. We have to keep the people here favorable to us. But sure, you spit on the floor. That's fine.
So, well, we are worried. I mean, even your cleaner could sell us out. We don't know that. But tonight we have to, I guess we just have to keep watch and be safe and, know where we are going tomorrow.
Depends if you guys want that amulet. I do know who has it, so.
We get the amulet, and then what do we do?
Honestly, I just want my axe. I already miss it.
Ask if our friend downstairs has an axe for you, if that'd make you feel any better.
I would, but it's not the same axe.
I know.
There is no axe better than the axe that I have made. It is the best axe in the world.
Word on that.
It is true.
Well, you've only made one of them, and if you're going to be a real business person, you can't just make the one. In fact,
No,
it's
I've
not
made a
about
lot of
quality.
axes.
If anything, it's really about quantity.
Oh, what if Rasha does, bespoke designs for the discerning customer?
Well, how are you going to benefit from economy of scale? It's quite simply, you're just going to spend yourself or work yourself out of the market.
I don't think so. If I can sell one weapon for a few thousand gold, then, it's pretty good. Takes
Why
me
don't
what,
you
a day?
sell 10,000 swords for 1 gold, and that way you have many more.
Because I cannot produce 10,000 swords myself all the time.
And that's where you need to improve.
No, but I am already
True.
the best, Ascor. The best does not get better, because they are already the best.
Don't be the best at making swords and axes. Be the best at selling swords and axes.
That's my job.
Yeah, that is Cass's job. But this is really not important right now. We get the
Economy of scale is not
teleport.
important.
And also there is this ambassador you want to deal with, Ascor. What is wrong with him? Did he tell you your hat was ugly? Because it is.
Well, he needs to die. He needs to die.
Comment about a hat?
Because of the hat?
I mean, it's an ugly hat, but I mean, he has a point. It's time to let it go, Ascor.
He's made threats against me and my family and his position of a relative. Why do you want to keep talking about this hat? What do you know about fashion?
You know,
Yeah, Rasha looks himself up and down, and Cass up and down, like, well, I mean, that hat surely does not fit it, but that is so unimportant. What?
No, hold on.
one thing that
You both look like
Before you-
prostitutes. This is true
okay,
class.
before this conversation goes any further into ridiculousness, there is one thing that I've thought that no one else has picked up on. I believe that one of the charges was something like harboring political fugitives of some sort.
Oh,
That is you. And he points at Ascor. They're coming for
Yes.
you.
Yes, it is. That's one of the reasons they mentioned. They mentioned that apparently my father is, well, progressing now quite well into the political realm. And with that comes jealousy.
What do you want to congratulations for that, or
What?
just humble brag about your father doing well?
My father's always done well. And I'll always brag about my family and, frankly, who I am. It's a right of bragging. But beyond
Well, then
this,
what was your point?
my point is that he holds information that is dangerous back home, but also it seems to have, well, it hasn't spread from him, that's for sure. We know Essek knows this information already about who I am, who my father is, and who my father very well may become.
Having you as some sort of leverage would do the dynasty very well, I'm sure, in any negotiations with the Council of Tal'Dorei, if you were to ascend to it.
no, less of a fugitive and more of just a bargaining thing.
Like a little pawn on the chess set.
No, more like a king or perhaps even a bishop, something you can, really block in. Maybe a castle makes more sense than a bishop.
You are not a holy man, Ascor. Why would you be a bishop? I don't get it.
That's
I'm
a
not a
good
fan
point.
of chess, are you, Rasha?
Just a castle,
What
then.
is chest? What is chest?
Cass just reaches over and pokes Rasha on the chest.
Ah,
We're talking about chess, but that's a chest.
I feel maybe I will learn about the chess later. But okay, so Ascor is one problem. Maybe Ghost is the other one, or maybe the cucumber. What do we deal with? What can we deal with?
You know, it seems interesting that you all have so many problems, but woman is not one of them.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
Just a
what
saying,
Ghost is
I've
trying
heard.
to say right now is we have 100 minus 1 problems.
A wench ain't one.
Sadly. And in fact, that was something I meant to ask at the party. It seemed as if every woman there was on the arm of a man. What kind of party is this?
What are you used to being men on the arms of other men? That the kind of parties that you go
Ascor just looks
to?
at you for a second and just carries on as if you had said anything and just says, I don't
That's the kind of
understand.
parties that I go to.
Not even an escort. I would have expected an ambassador to have an escort.
I mean, I never talk to women, so I guess they will never be my problem, right? If I
Maybe
never
that's your
speak to
problem.
them, how can...
Yeah,
No,
but you
my
just said that it wasn't
problem-
his problem.
My problem is my bondage to Elenia. That is my
Your
big
problem is bondage?
Yeah, my bondage.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Hmm.
Good to know. Good to know.
I think you should be more worried about the fact you may have sold your soul into the servitude of Kaifor and a dark star from the far out.
That one, yeah.
Mm.
The bondage with your brother. I can't say it.
Cass just keeps like every so often you'll say something and he does like the white guy blink.
But I mean, all of these things are still really big problems. I mean, Kaifon is still coming for Akus, you know. He's kalashed our people. I might die just any day because the ghost, I don't know, falls off a cliff or just jumps off it for fun. You know, Essek Thelyss will just, you know, do his thing.
I feel like coming here,
If we
we had such simple goals. Well, not really. But compared to what we need to do
Not quite
now, it
complicated,
feels
I
so
think.
impossible.
Ascor had a good idea earlier. If we can get this amulet back and find out what is inside this box that I need to deliver to Essek, depending on what's inside, we might be able to blackmail him with it. And if we're in a situation right now where normally we'd be at his mercy, that could be the bargaining chip we need to maybe make a deal with him. And maybe that deal could be something about helping you break that bond with Ghost.
What if it's just nice shoes in the box? What if it's not very important?
The
What if they're
box,
just nice shoes from
He's not
your
going to
You-
pay
you
that
would-
much to have those shoes
there's-
delivered.
Yeah,
Roman.
there's no way this would all just be about a pair of shoes. I think Hayden's onto something, which is good call, Hayden. It's a good job.
like Rasha, the box is sealed on 6 sides, and the way to open each side of this box, you have to travel to a different plane. And I only realized it when we went to the Feywild, and suddenly one side of it started glowing. And then when we were fighting Ghost, and all those portals were opening up near us, I got pretty close to 2 of them, and now another 2 sides of it are glowing. So if we can work out the remaining 3 sides and get those unlocked, find out what's inside, then use that against him, or use it as a bargaining chip, because it's clearly important enough to him to need this much security.
Solid plan to me, if you
But
guys like the sound of it.
Surely the bargaining chip is as far as... Well, I mean, maybe it will be enough to restore, I don't know, get him to denounce himself over Den Everhtyl or something, but I don't know if we can get much more out of it than him. Maybe it depends how big the thing is in there. But...
Only one way to find out.
I mean, if he was sending it through Hayden, the impression I get from that is whatever it is something he didn't want other people to get hold of, so...
So perhaps opening it, finding out what is inside, could be a way to bring down.
Oh, now you're interested.
Mm.
So we are after Essek Thelyss as priority, but... Hayden, I don't know, do you want You're bound to it. Surely that means we must destroy it really soon before you know, I don't know, just shoot more people with creepy green magic.
Also, before you die.
Also, before you die, we have 30
29
days. 29
There is a chance that if you die in possession of the Wandwalkers, it will resurrect you as some sort of lich, and you will not have control over your body, and it will run around on the surface, absorbing souls willy-nilly as it sees fit.
Sorry, what academic study did you read that suggested that this is how the wand behaves when the person attuned to it dies?
Call it intellectual speculation.
Right.
That's a
Anyway,
fancy way to say a
let's
hunch.
cross that bridge when we come to it. I think the important thing is Rasha's bond to Elenia, because if Elenia shows up, we can't do anything. And the fact that whatever Essek has done to me has got a time limit on it. So we killed 2 birds with 1 stone. We open the box.
And we kill Essek Thelyss.
Kill Essek Thelyss, yes.
We
Yes.
coerce Essek Thelyss into releasing
Dying.
whatever spell he's cast on me. We get him to break Rasha's bonds to Elenia. And then, Roman, you can kill Essek Thelyss.
But if we kill him first, Rasha can bring him back, so
You can kill him
it
a
is
second
not all
time.
lost.
We could kill him if you
How many diamonds do you? How many diamonds do you have? Just out of curiosity, how many do you have?
12,000 gold worth of diamonds. So each, it is roughly, and he picks up one that looks to be maybe 300 gold's worth off the side, just pings it out of its setting. Yeah, this is enough for 1 resurrection, so, you do the math, but we can kill him a lot of times.
That's his eye, just honing in on it, just so everyone knows.
For what I have in mind, we might need more diamonds.
So, just looking at the time, bear in mind, the party has a rough plan, perhaps, moving forward. We will end the session there. Thank you so much to Hannah, again, for guesting. And we'll be here next week. Obviously, Lauren will be missing next week. However, Sai on Aku will return. There, of course, we are going to be doing a raid, as always. And before that, I will throw over to... I'm going to throw over anyway to Erin.
Hey everyone!
Stream.
What an intense session! Oh my god, so much RP drama. We didn't get any extra subscribers during the session, but I'm gonna thank the people that subscribed at the beginning anyway. Thank you again, Ezidesu, for subscribing. Thank you very much, Fruits, for subscribing. We love you so much. And finally, thank you, Lauren, for gifting a sub to Jules Youngheart. Really great to have you guys all along. So yeah, we're doing
Thank you very much.
doing good. So we are going to send a raid over to someone who I have not picked yet.
Sorry, I should have won.
Who are we going to raid?
Well, I think our raid call needs to be kill Essek Thelyss now.
Yes. Can you? Okay. What emojis are we gonna add to that?
Many knives.
So many knives.
Are there knife emojis?
Yeah, there's
an
knife
angry
emoji.
orc emoji. Let's see. Okay, I think. Right.
Can't believe Lauren's just here. Like, we need to murder Essek Thelyss.
Oh my God.
Kill Essek Thelyss.
It's like the opposite reaction of most like people who play in Exandria. They're all
Yeah,
like,
I'll put Essek Thelyss in that game.
They're all
Bitches
like,
love Essek Thelyss.
Oh my god,
The
my
bitches kill
PC
him.
is dating Essek Thelyss.
Yeah, so many times.
We've got our pitchforks and torches out. Burn the
Okay,
witch.
that TikTok is gonna be really awkward to look back at now. Age like milk.
yeah, the Essek Thelyss like thirst TikTok that we did like back in like session 1. All the people commenting on it are like, oh my god, in my campaign, I got to date him. And I'm like,
Yeah, so many people were like
And
that.
now it's just going to be a montage of us narrowing our eyes and whispering, kill Essek Thelyss.
yeah.
In my campaign, I got to kill Essek Thelyss.
I resurrected him.
I like
we could do it
how
again.
every other character, they're one name, but it's never just Essek now.
It's Essek Thelyss.
Mr. Essek Thelyss.
Okay, we are going to raid Blue Box RPG, who
Again,
are
hi.
playing Greyhawk Awakening, episode 54. So it seems like a persistent campaign that's been going on for a long time. But what's really cool about them is that they have got a real tabletop RPG setup with minis and like painted backgrounds and like scenery and cool stuff. Yeah, I think what it looks like, because I think I maybe follow this DM. He looks really familiar. I think he plays with the minis at home, but he's got cameras set up, but then his players play from their homes, so they're actually separate locations. But anyway, looks really cool. I hope you guys enjoy it. Please copy the Kill Essek Thelyss raid call, and we'll go bother these guys. So, before we go, I will pop up our outro screen, and we'll all say goodbye. So, yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. We will see you next week.
Bye!
And remember, kill Essek.
Kill Essek.
Thelyss.
Bye.
Mr. Famous.
Bye bye.